I'm going to start with recognizing that DA 4 2024 will be continued to September 5th. And we'll now call Casey to introduce case DA 6. And I'll swear you back in. Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So the subject property is located at the northwest corner of West Morgan Street and South McDowell Street with address 200 West Morgan Street. The property is zoned downtown mixed use, 20 stories with the urban general frontage. The applicant is proposing to construct a 20-story mixed-use building comprising a mix of residential, commercial uses, and structured parking. The applicant has requested 5 design alternates, and those include reducing the ground story transparency on the south and on the north building facades, and relief from the building massing step back requirements along each of the 3 street frontages. And that includes Morgan Street, McDowell Street, and Hillsborough Street. Transparency is required for each side of the building facing a public street, and in this case, a minimum of 66% transparency is required on each ground story facade of the proposed building. Here are the 2 design alternate findings that have to be met in order to grant the transparency request. We'll have these here for reference as you go through your deliberation. Buildings 13 or more stories tall are required to provide a minimum 12-foot step back along each side of the building facing a public street, and the step back is required to be located between the 1st and the 13th floor. You have 5 findings that have to be satisfied in order to grant a design alternate for building massing. And with that, I can answer any initial questions. Otherwise, we can turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Are there any questions from the commission for Casey? Seeing none. And while the applicant's coming up, just to clarify for the record, we have 10 commissioners. Claire, as the newest addition to the commission, we'll have you be non-voting for this case. So the remaining commissioners that are here will be the voting members for this case. Okay, the applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards. If you would, please state your name, address in relation to the case.
Yes, my name is Amanda Bambrick. I'm a partner at Morningstar Law Group. I'm actually at 434 Fayetteville Street, Suite 2200. I'm actually, as of the past couple of days, stepping in for Molly Stewart, who is unfortunately under the weather. So I'm here for your sage advice and also a little bit of your mercy, particularly here. So I appreciate that very much. I guess I would like to start by placing all of our application materials and additional materials into the record. I do have hard copies of the slides. I understand that those are available, but I do have hard copies if you would like me to pass those around.
Okay, I think we're okay, but can request them if needed. Thank you.
Okay. And in terms of a piece of evidence that you need, I have a letter from CPP Wind Consultants dated May 14th, 2024, that has been signed and sealed that I need to provide to you.
And while she's handing that around, do you have any witnesses that you'll call today that we can
I
go ahead and
do.
swear
I
in?
have Peter Voidovich from Valerio DeWalt Train. He is the project architect, and he's here if you would like to go ahead and swear him in, and he can provide his professional qualifications and background with the project.
Great. Just, this is a little bit redundant, but if you'd state your name, relation to the case, address, and I'll swear you in.
Fabulous. My name is Peter Voidovich. I'm a project architect and project manager at Valerio DeWalt Train. The address is 500 North Dearborn Street, floor 9, Chicago, Illinois, 60654.
Great. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so as such, I would like to formally tender him as an expert witness in this case, and he will be the only one I have in person here. So I guess we will get started. Do I just hit the arrow key to turn the slides? Okay, sorry. So as Casey noted, this is a small downtown site with essentially 3 frontages off of Morgan Street, Hillsborough Street, and McDowell Street. We have requested 5 total design alternates with respect to building, massing, and transparency. I see the site plan, or the staff report does transparency first, but our presentation prepared by the architect starts with massing, if that's okay. So I'm going to kind of flip the order there. We are here on behalf of 200 West Morgan Street. At the end of the day, the mixed-use building is going to be about 276 residential units with about 6,675 square feet of retail. And with that, I'm going to turn over standard 1 to Peter. We're going to be talking about the intent of the massing regulations and essentially how the step backs we have are providing more light and air at the street level, different levels of massing, visual reduction of the scale of the building, and essentially how we are starting the step back essentially to lower floor. And these pieces of evidence and slides will also speak to some degree to the 4th standard, as there is a little bit of overlap. So with that, I'm going to step a little bit to the side and turn it over to Peter for this next series.
Okay, great. Thank you, Amanda. So the first slide here that we're looking at, we're talking about the as-of-right massing compared to the proposed massing. So what we've done is we've looked at the building from a programmatic standpoint and a design standpoint, and just figured out what we needed to meet the owner's criteria. And then we were looking at the zoning as well. And what we're proposing here is pulling the step back down to the 6th floor in lieu of the 13th floor. It is at a reduced depth, but a lower elevation, which we think helps reduce the visual scale of the building and reduce the overall bulk. You notice on the lower area, we do carve away quite a bit of the southwest corner for relief of the building along Morgan, and then also to provide a nice light courtyard for units along the property line on the west side. This slide just shows an example of the as-of-right massing versus the proposed massing and a delta of setback areas. So ultimately, what we feel we're doing is providing significantly more step back along the entire building. We're just doing it in a slightly different geometry, right? We're pulling it lower and stretching it across, and then have some areas where it's a full step back along Morgan and the 13th floor for over half the facade. And keep flipping through these to move along. And then one of the standards that comes up in zoning, right, is the floor plate size. And so just showing that we're well below the floor plate. We're also well below what would be an as-of-right floor plate for the upper tower. So on the left is the upper tower at 23,000 square feet. And our proposed is sitting under 18,000 square feet for the tower above that 13th floor, or 13 and up. So as this relates to wind, you have the wind report in front of you. So the only change that Amanda handed out is that we have it stamped and signed. We thought that would be beneficial. They can't be here. They're from Ontario. But so they've studied this, and they've talked to us. We worked with them to share the massing, share the model. And they put together this wind study that shows that, in their expert opinion, there's yields similar or improved conditions to the as-of-right building, right? They see that the wind predominantly comes out of the southwest, and that notch and carve on the southwest along Morgan really helps block and deflect some of that wind. And in the report, one of the things they speak about a lot is for a step back to have a really meaningful wind effect at the ground level, it needs to be somewhere on the order of 30, 40 feet. So that the 12-foot wasn't doing they didn't, in their opinion, wasn't doing making a major change in the wind flow at ground level or pedestrian level. The other thing we looked at, related to light was shadow studies. So I'm going to flip through this real quick. So we compared, I'll use these bigger images, it's a little easier, using Cove Tools environmental software, industry standard environmental software. We compared the as-of-right to the proposed to see if we were impacting shadow more or less than the as-of-right building. So the proposed building is in blue, and the as-of-right outline is in black. So at the summer solstice, I'll flip through the summer solstice. You see we are largely, there's a reduced shadow from that southwest step-back area. But largely, it is not anymore, there's not more shadow than the as-of-right condition. And so and then spring and fall equinox, similar. You see reduced shadow. You see some reduced shadow along Hillsborough. And largely similar when the sun is setting. Winter, there's reduced shadow in the morning, reduced in the afternoon. Oops, I think I skipped one, sorry. Missing then the evening slide is basically the same as the others. It's about the same. So the other aspects in that first standard about visually reducing the scale, this is where we want to talk about how what we've done is pulled down the step back area to the 6th floor. Right, so all of the, on your screen, it seems to be sort of a yellowish, beigeish color. Everything that's kind of highlighted in that color is just trying to show you quickly at a high scale what's been stepped back along the facade. So there's a large portion of each of the 3 street facades that are stepped back. The next slides will get into how much and where. So along our primary street, or a residential entry street on Hillsborough, we have a 4-foot 6 step back for 66% of the facade. And then at the corner, there's a glass element that helps to strengthen the corner, signify entry, make a prominent building along some of these vistas on your wide streets there. Along McDowell, we have a 5-foot step back for 85% of that facade. Again, with a glass component at the corner that pops out to give that prominent corner also some visual interest and really respect and define those corners. And then along Morgan, Morgan's is a little more dynamic. So up above, there's a 4-foot 6 minimum step back for 64% of that facade. And then from 6 through 12, or 6 through 10, we're stepping back that whole area that's highlighted. Again, we have a glass piece that's helping to frame corners and highlight and celebrate intersections here, because we're basically at the intersection of 3 pretty major streets. Do you want me just to go into,
Yeah, I would just note here that we're going essentially into standard 2 here about having an architectural base that is distinguishable from the building above. And I'm going to have Peter talk about ways that we have designed the building so as to enhance the pedestrian environment through changes in materials, fenestration, ornamentation, rhythm, and sculpting.
Great. Thanks, Amanda. Okay, so the standard is talking about a different architectural base distinct from the tower above, right? We think we are achieving this via all glass storefronts at grade, where we'll get into the transparency later, but basically as much glass as we can provide at grade, as dynamic a storefront as, or ground floor as possible. And then we have a parking podium, above that, so we're cladding that in a perforated metal that's going to have some play in and out to give it some geometrical form, shape, capture light. And above that, the building is a punched window building with curtain wall accents, right? So it's intended to be a metal panel building with recessed balconies, and then these glass curtain wall elements that help identify and define these corners. I mean, one of the unique things for us on this site is that it essentially has no backside because the Campbell College is quite low. It really holds the west side of that site, and then there's a low parking lot. So you really, as you're coming down all of the axial streets there, all of the sides are visible. So we have these glass elements that are on all four sides to try to create an urbanistic building that responds to the site and the approach. So I'll look at each of those things in a little bit of detail. So at grade, it's a glass storefront. It will be the primary facade material. And there'll be some metal panel accents at the lobby and retail spaces. So on the left is the Morgan and McDowell corner, which is retail. It's designed as retail space. And on the right is the pedestrian entry, which has a sort of a modern canopy entry. So a metal panel accent to signify the entry. But otherwise, it's a highly transparent and very active facade at both corners. And then to differentiate as we move up through the parking podium, we have a perforated metal panel system. It's sort of the intent here is these self-supporting metal panel systems that will give some nice light and play. And they while also meeting all the screening requirements and the other aspects of the zoning code, right? So we have the crash barrier behind that'll give some depth, and then the metal panel above. And then the tower is a metal panel with punched window openings is the primary facade, with then curtain wall accents along the corners to really help define and differentiate the corners. I think we're on, so trying to move along here.
Yeah.
I think this is point 3. Yeah.
Yes, this is where we get into point 3. And at this time, we are not proposing a setback in lieu of the required step back. I think that's pretty straightforward. And then with respect to 4 and 5, essentially, we're talking about whether the building uses architectural treatments to mitigate wind impacts, increase light at the pedestrian level, and visually reduce the scale of the building. Peter has talked about that in some detail at this point. With respect to 5, he discussed our shadow studies. The building does not cause undue shadow impacts on public spaces, amenity areas, or streets. If there are specific questions on those points, I suppose we could revisit some of those slides, but there's a little bit of overplay in some of these standards as it relates to this particular project. So I guess at this point,
Do we hang here or do we go to transparency?
do y'all want to ask questions with respect to these, or do you want us to just go on through with transparency?
I'd to keep going.
Okay, thanks.
Great.
All right, so here, the first required finding here is that the alternate's consistent with the intent of the transparency requirements, which speak mostly to lending visual interest to street-facing building facades for pedestrians, occupants, and to minimize blank wall areas. And then, so it's not disruptive, I will let you just tie in directly to the second standard, which again, we've spoken to some point already about utilizing other architectural, artistic, or landscaped treatments to create an offset to the reduction request.
Great. Thanks again, Amanda. Okay, so for transparency, the site itself is 210 feet in the long direction and 140 in the short direction, right? We're doing our services from our vehicle entry for the residents and our loading off of the short streets. So our issue with transparency is simply how to accommodate the building services and functions on those short facades and then provide as much glass as possible. So what we're asking for relief is on Hillsborough and Morgan. So I think the thing just to start with is that the total transparency we propose along the three facades is 67%. So it's just above what the standards call for. And in the slides here, I tried to just blow up the elevations where the red band that you see is that 3 foot to 8 foot zone. And then there's a hatched region that's the 0 to 12 zone. So this is Hillsborough Street, and we are, the required is 66, and we're actually providing 54 is the proposed transparency, 54%. And of the 3 foot to 8 foot zone, we're proposing 37% in lieu of 50%. And all of that transparency is happening on the corner, so we're really trying to hold the corner and keep the corner active. The next facade where we were looking at an alternate here is the Morgan facade. So Morgan is our service side where we're doing on-site trash, right? So which necessitated a service drive that ate up a good portion of the west portion of the site. And then we have services along that drive that don't yield any sort of usable space for a tenant. But we look at as much tenant as we could on the corner. So we're holding all that transparency in the corner. Again, the red is the 3 foot to 8, and the hatch zone is the 0 to 12. So we're requesting 59% transparency on this facade with 42% in that 3 foot to 8 foot zone. And then on McDowell, we're proposing essentially a full glass storefront along the entire facade, right? The areas that aren't hatched in red are some space for spandrel glass, so it's still sort of going to be a glassy facade. And all of this facade is, there's nothing, I think what's the 8 foot inside of the glass. We'll see in the active facade in a second. But so this street, the McDowell Street, we keep really transparent. We're trying to keep it really nice and open. I'm going to flip to, so just showing, there's a talk of like what landscaping we're proposing. So the green area is just showing what landscape is going to exist, at least proposed along Morgan and Hillsborough. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because the landscape isn't developed at this stage. But the active ground floor use we're showing in blue is the all that's residential lobby, right? So there's lobby, waiting, leasing offices, also all active uses along that facade. And then the yellow is retail space. And then on both the north and the south, there are enlarged areas of sidewalk more than the zoning requirement for active pedestrian zones, right? And so we'll just take a quick look at what this looks like from the renderings. So this is the corner of Hillsborough McDowell, the residential entry. So we saw it from another angle earlier, but again, there's a big a portal for the residents, and then a lobby that's holding that corner, right? That we expect to be pretty active and to be pretty vibrant. And you can see down McDowell Street, it's all glass, and there's a retail entry sort of trailing off to the left side of that page. Morgan McDowell corner is we expect that to be, it's a retail corner, so again, all glass. We don't have any letters of intent, right, from any tenant, but the owner is providing all the services, so it could host a cafe, restaurant, a market, storefront. So it's being designed to accommodate, but we don't know what the market's going to hold yet. But the idea is, ideally, their ideal would be a cafe, something like that, would serve the residents well. And then this is the Hillsborough side, looking sort of as you're coming down Hillsborough. So you're seeing there's a little bit of the blank wall where we're requesting some relief. As the residential parking entry, but wrapping that will be the open amenity space, which we intend to landscape pretty heavily. And then so the last slide is just showing the 3 renderings and the building's approach from all of your, from quite a few major streets, right, and how we're trying to think about how this building interacts with your urban environment and how it fits and sits and how it has a presence from each of those angles. Did I need to say anything else? Or?
No. So I did want to ask you one clarifying question. So
Sorry, yeah.
Would you go back to the landscaping?
Sure.
Can you talk? I know we're still going through, obviously, the ASR process. So I was hoping you could talk a little bit about what we're doing to sort of exceed.
Yeah. Right. So the apologies. Yeah, the green L on the upper right of the image is the open amenity area that's wrapping the parking garage. But the area in front, so the area that's also wrapping the parking garage is part of where we're requesting that transparency relief. So that area will be landscaped. It'll be active. The owner is expecting some, potential dog run, as well as park and landscape stuff there. And then along Hillsborough Street, we're also going to have landscape where the building recesses and steps in a little. And then on the south side, screening the generator, helping to screen some transformers and just some of the service. We intend to landscape as much of that service drive area as possible. And then along where the generator room and electrical rooms are, we intend to landscape along that right away as well.
And then I guess, just to clarify, with respect to an overall improvement in, I guess, the shadow impacts, we're actually going a little bit above and beyond at least?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't have any more questions for you. I figure in the interest of time, we can open it up for questions.
Okay. Before we get to questions, is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak on this case today? I'm seeing none. Okay. Any questions from the commission for the applicant?
I think I remember you saying that this was going to be made where retail or restaurants, food service could occupy these spaces. In areas where you may have food service, how are you planning on exhausting the kitchen?
Yeah, black iron through up to the garage and out through the courtyard, I believe, was one of the ideas.
Okay,
and
to
then
the
and also
garage.
providing a grease trap infrastructure from day one.
Okay. The reason I ask is just we see a lot of the louvered vents at the top of the windows, and I just want to make sure that we maintain that 12-foot.
Yeah,
At least.
That's correct. There will likely be some louvered vents, but we have space if we flip back to the rendering not the rendering, these elevations where you see where the 12 stops, there's quite a bit of glazing real estate available above that 12 feet.
Okay, that's just where I want to make sure.
Great. No, great question.
May I ask, I believe there was originally a design alternate for driveway spacing. Can you address why that is or isn't a part of this now?
Through the ASR response, we were working with Kevin Kidd in transportation. He said that essentially the driveway spacing has been pulled out of your purview so as not to bog down the meetings in these city sites where there's simply not room to get, whatever it is, 300 feet from the intersection. So we are in ASR number 2 right now, and the driveway spacing, maybe Casey can speak to this, but the driveway spacing has been resolved from the ASR 1 comments.
Okay. Would it be helpful for me to call staff up to address that, or are you good? Okay.
I hope that makes sense. I'm trying my best on that part.
Mensa from Transportation is here. Kevin Kidd was the reviewer for this project, and he had to step out for another meeting. But it's my understanding as well that the driveway spacing situation is handled administratively, and they don't require a design alternate for the design that they're proposing.
Okay. Can you flip back to the landscape?
Yeah, of course.
I know you said you're still working on the landscape, and there might be some additional questions about that, but pertaining to the part of the facade that's not on the Hillsborough side, that would be a solid wall. You said that there would be screening there?
On the Hillsborough side? So, sorry.
Yes, on
can
the-
you zoom out? So up here?
Yes, exactly.
This is where we intend to put, yeah, that'll be part of the entry, the open amenity area entry, right? So it's going to be a landscape area that serves the residents. So the intent there will be to landscape it and
When you say landscape it, what is that?
likely low bushes, natural planting, and then a pathway into the whatever that open amenity area around the corner ends up ultimately being. How that they intended to be a dog run area. So how that works, it'll be an entrance into that.
So one of the design alternate findings that we need to meet has to do with landscape treatments as a replacement for transparency. You've gotten several things that you've shown us, renderings, perspective renderings, this 2D plan, but also the plans that are submitted to us. And they all kind of show different things, the elevations, the renderings, this plan that we're looking at here, and the landscape plan done by Kimley Horn. So, certainly we recognize that this is an ASR level of detail, which is a complexity that we often deal with. But I think that if you can help us understand the landscape treatments that we should be looking at, that you're committing to, that are tied to the transparency requests that you have, I think that would be helpful because there's just different things in different places.
Sure. No, that makes sense. I think you're right that there's the ASR2 submission crossed over with the design alternate submission in terms of the plans. There's very little shift in the plans. It's a little bit of shift of the residential entry slid a little bit plan west in the plan. But the landscape that we'd propose is the 10-foot area, the 10 by 19.8 in front of the wall. So landscaping that area adjacent to the residential parking entry. And then the area near the generator, right? Because I think that the area along the west, it just isn't, it's not, there's no transparency requirement along that property line, so we wouldn't, I don't think that wouldn't make any sense for you all either. But along the generator and then along the Hillsborough Street. And I think the other thing that we were thinking a lot about was just that the active use was also part of, like public infrastructure is part of the transparency. So trying to have those enhanced pedestrian areas, there'll be bike racks, and then as we start to determine what the uses are, we expect those things to be we expect that south side to be very active.
Fair enough. I think Adam's question is, what you're showing us here, it's unclear exactly what the landscaping is in front. But the rendering showed, bushes, for example.
That's correct. We don't know what the design is per se. We're not there yet in terms of a design. I don't think we'll be there for quite a while because it's the detailed landscape design is a little bit further along or further behind the ASR process.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think generally, we're not looking for what plant species you're going to put for a project like this. Sometimes we do care, but for a project like this, it's just that, the landscape plan on the stuff you gave us only shows the 2 trees, whereas this shows green hatches, which is helpful, versus some of the elevations that you showed had, drawings of shrubs and trees, and then the renderings had something different. And so any clarity you can provide in terms of a commitment of what it is that you're going to do would be helpful for us in making a decision.
Yeah, the shrubs are what the owner would commit to for sure. And then the trees is going to be as we design it.
Just building on that, a lot of those areas to the north of the building are north of a very tall building, so you kind of wonder what lives there.
How much is going to?
And then the strip in front of the generator looks like it's about 1.5 feet wide. So I'm just curious what lives in there. At least the area that's colored in green there is
it's
incredibly thin.
Yeah, it's thin. Yeah. No, we don't have that. Yeah, we just don't have that design. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
Where are you in the process, ASR?
We have all of our ASR2 comments back, and we're setting up meetings to get those discuss those comments with the city. So that's Kimberly Horn's helping manage all that process with us.
This is kind of tangential to this, but again, related to the plans we're looking at versus what may or may not be actuality. There will be a behind-the-curb bicycle lane along this frontage as well?
So that's something we're still working on with transportation because along the college, it is parking, biking, driving. They've asked us to do curb, bike, parking, street, which the owners agreed to. The question is, what does that mean for the rest of the block? And transportation hasn't given us a solid answer on that yet because I think there's some other people involved. The owner is comfortable. We've talked with Kevin Kidd about painting the rest of that, moving the entire bike lane on that Hillsborough block to be adjacent to the curb is something the owner would do if it involves striping, but if it starts to involve something like concrete curbing or something more impactful, like right, they're just not willing to commit to something we don't know what the city wants to do there. But yeah, in ASR2, you'll see the submission shows the bike lane adjacent to the curb with parking protected bike lane.
Yeah, that's also one of our design alternate, purview areas is street cross-section. I'm wondering if we'll see you guys again potentially for that.
I think that, yeah, I don't know. They didn't identify that as something we would be coming here for because they weren't sure what we're 1/3 of a 2/3 block.
Okay. Any other questions related to transparency from the group?
I was going to ask something related to the massing.
Yeah, on massing, go ahead.
Could you maybe touch on, was there any programmatic elements or structural reasons why you didn't do a 12-foot setback and just went with a 5-foot setback?
Yeah, sure. So the way the site's about 140 feet wide, right? And the one thing that we're doing, it's 135 on the south side. That's where we're constrained. It has jogging the property line along the west. Providing a 15-foot service access to do all of our trash and loading on site, right? So the truck can pull in, do the trash, back into the loading zone, turn out, and leave, right? So that forces, at 135 feet and 120-foot wide parking tray, you're essentially shifting the whole building as far east as possible, right, to get that to fit on the site. And then from there, you only have a limited space to put the core relative to parking trays. So we have our core stacked in the middle of, eating up a number of spots in the center of a double-loaded tray. And by the time you lay it, I can flip through some, would you like to flip through some quick slides in that?
Sure.
So providing on-site trash and loading shifts the building to the east. And right, we need clear overhead. We've been hearing about overhead dump trucks versus also rear. We don't know. So, we said, fine, we'll move it that way. We're also trying to limit that service drive so we can provide open amenity up north, right? And try to provide as much, try not to concrete this entire thing. And then, Raleigh standards parking trays, 18, 22, 18, and then plus structure, we're about 120. So we locate the building cores based on, efficient parking and efficient column. Then we look at where the corridor goes. You want that core obviously to go up. You look at where the corridor is in the core and how that would work with a standard, about a 32-foot lease depth, which is a pretty industry standard lease depth. And then that kind of leaves the balance of step back remaining. So then we look at what does it do if you shift that 12, right? You end up with the core in the drive aisle, and you end up with a corridor that doesn't, that just basically shifts everything too far west to accommodate the other, zoning requests and the other, essentially accommodate the service drive and the small parking and just the small site in general. But that's kind of how it's stacked, so that's what we studied.
You don't have a plan that shows what that 12-foot setback or step back would you do at the residential levels, do you?
I mean, I don't have a drawing of the corridor, but the outlined yellow, I don't know how faint it is on your screen, right, is showing essentially that 32-foot. You see the red dash line is the corridor, and the purple of the corridor just shifting into the drive lanes makes it kind of makes it something that we couldn't make work.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What's the 5-foot step backs, how will those be used? Is that inaccessible area? Is that landscaping?
We intend to green roof. Part of it was hopefully for some stormwater management. That's been the intent. That's what's submitted on I think on our current plans. Yes, green roof the areas on the 6-foot. The 13th, like on this image on the left, at the 13th floor, the carve out is an amenity space. And then on the 13th floor on Morgan, that's simply a roof.
Okay. So on the 6th floor, that's the green infrastructure and
balconies.
and
terrace.
balconies.
Yeah.
Okay. And the parking deck wouldn't be peeking through when
No.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay. Anything further from the applicant?
No, and we appreciate sort of, I don't know if tension's the right word, but the timing that we have to sort of do. We're eager to move forward. We understand that the ASR and the submission and the comments and the resubmission, it's a bit of a dance and a bit of a prediction for us to try to put it all together. And it's quite often not a perfect process, as y'all know better than I do. So we appreciate it. We feel like we've provided competent, thorough evidence today. The client has done quite a bit of study work at this point, and we've spent a good bit of time working through what we were hoping were some of the issues that would be brought up before you today.
Okay, thank you. Staff, anything further? Seeing none, can you guys navigate back to or Casey, can you navigate to the findings? Hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. As a reminder, this commission is tasked with deciding if, based on the evidence presented, this proposal meets the applicable standards. This decision cannot be based on the personal preference of commission members. Rather, it is based on standards and evidence. If based on its deliberations, the commission requires additional evidence, the commission will reopen the hearing. Okay. Anyone like to give any thoughts? And feel free to split it between massing and transparency if that makes sense.
I personally think the transparency issue has been well handled. I mean, I think the overall transparency around the three sides of the building, coming to a total that is equal to what's required on each facade, and that I noticed that the solid portions of the facade are set back under the overhang of the parking deck facade. I think that helps with that reading of depth, which is one of the intents of transparency. And then assuming we can have some level of certainty that the areas that are proposed to be screened with landscaping will actually have meaningful landscaping, which is the one thing I'm doubtful about. I think it's been addressed in my opinion, with that one question.
Yeah, I don't know how you would put more transparency on the ground floor given the size of the frontage. But that is the only sticking point would just be seeing different plans.
Yeah, I generally agree with everything that y'all are saying. I'll just go on the record to say that we really like to see clarity around landscape treatments if they're going to be counted towards transparency. Honestly, I think that y'all have made a great case without the landscape. But certainly would like to. It's very nice to have that clarity to understand what you're actually the intent is for the landscape treatment if it's going to be counted towards transparency.
Okay. Anyone have any thoughts on massing? Chris, you have thoughts on massing?
Just because I smiled. I do. So, I mean, if you look at the findings that we need to go by, so the very first is that it's consistent with the intent of the building massing regulation. So if you look at the intent of the building massing, it's, to avoid the canyon effect, provide access to light. I think they demonstrated those pretty well from the wind report, from the daylighting analysis, or the shadow analysis. And then also the massing regulations also produce a consistent street wall and visually reduce the perceived scale of the building, which at a 20-story building, I don't see an issue with providing a bit of a setback lower than the 13th story. And even though it's not quite as deep of a setback, it reads, I think, a little more pronounced when it's lower to the ground than it would if it's a deeper one higher up on the building. Mm-hmm. So I personally don't see any issue with the setback that's proposed, step back that's proposed.
Yeah, I totally agree on the lower story step back being more meaningful in some ways to the canyon effect.
And I think the only streets we'd be talking about it on are McDowell and Hillsborough. I think on Morgan Street where they've got the much deeper setback for half of the building footprint makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. I'd be curious to hear from my other architectural commissioners on the panel.
Kyle?
Or landscape. I won't count you out, Adam.
I don't think I've got anything to add to Chris's points.
Okay.
Again, I don't think I have anything to add either. I think they've made a really good case, and everything seems to be clear.
Okay. I have one question for staff, if we can reopen the hearing for a second. and this is directed to transportation staff, just, sorry. Just related to that question, I know Kevin's the reviewer on this case, but, given that that's still in flux, do you think there's the potential that this case comes back for a street cross-section design alternate? And, is there any utility in continuing to see how that plays out?
You have to swear him in. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I need to swear you in. Sorry. Can you state your name and
Mensa Webb.
you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Question again, please.
Is there any possibility that this case comes back for further design alternate related to street cross section? That I guess what I'm asking is, prefer to avoid iterative rounds of design alternates versus viewing things a bit more holistically.
Certainly. This process right now, we should have been vetted in terms of what needs to be seen or what decision needs to be made for a design alternate for a particular element of the site design. So if it's not, I would say if it's not to be considered now, then I don't expect it to come back later.
Okay.
I know there's some concerns about, I believe I overheard the park and protected bike lanes, that portion. If it's along Hillsborough, that being a major corridor for bikes, that likely will maintain, I believe this portion will maintain that alignment, essentially providing that park and protected bike lane. But I imagine the way that I see best, that I don't think this is coming back in for
Okay.
a review for street section. I don't think so.
Great. Take your word. Thank you.
Can I
For
just
the
add
project-
one question to this? Are you here for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, cool. That's it.
Because the project that we saw where the Holiday Inn
right.
hotel is, we saw it years ago.
Yeah.
Didn't it have the same cross-section as what we see here?
Yes. Yeah.
So the intent is to develop all of Hillsborough with that same cross-section now?
It's required.
Yeah, good. So why would you think that we'd see him?
Because it's still in flux. It's not shown on some of the plans we saw.
Oh, I got you.
And they show on some plans the protected exit from the parking deck and other things.
Yeah,
So,
got it.
but thank you. We'll close the hearing again unless there's any further questions.
I just don't, it looks like that we need a design alternate for driveway spacing. I can't figure out why it doesn't.
I agree, but I feel like staff addressed that earlier.
Just doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Would someone, unless there's further discussion or questions, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move that we approve all the requests as requested.
Second?
Okay, so Commissioner Roberts made the motion and Commissioner Walters made the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, case passes. The commission's written decision will be adopted when the minutes of this meeting are adopted, and the written decision will be provided to the applicant and other parties with right to such notice following adoption of the decision. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is DA 7, 2024. If Casey is going to present this case, and if the applicant would go ahead and come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The subject property here is located at the northwest corner of Social Street and Benson Drive with an address of 1021 Social Street. The property is zoned commercial mixed use, 20 stories, conditional use. The applicant proposes to construct an 18-story mixed-use building comprising a mix of residential and commercial uses, including a health club and structured parking. They've requested 6 design alternates, and those include relief from the building massing step-back requirement along Benson Drive, to increase the maximum spacing between parking structure screening elements, to increase the maximum open area percentage for mesh or perforated parking structure screening elements, to reduce the minimum driveway spacing required between two driveways which are located along Social Street, and to reduce the ground story transparency on the south and the east building facades. As we heard in the previous case, buildings 13 stories or more tall are required to provide a minimum of 12-foot step back along each side of the building facing a public street, and that step back is required to be located between the first floor and the 13th floor. And these are your building massing standards, or findings have to be met. So the city's screening requirements are intended to provide meaningful and well-designed screening and buffering. Parking structure screening elements must be spaced no more than 18 inches apart, and screening elements in the form of mesh or perforated panels or screens have a maximum of 40% open area allowance. And there are 4 findings related to the landscaping and screening requirements that have to be met for those requests. The driveway spacing provisions are intended to provide a well-connected street network, safe, efficient, and convenient access within and between developments, and to lessen traffic congestion. And we have the 4 findings here for the driveway spacing design alternate. And last, we have a transparency request, and as you know, it's required on each side of the building facing a public street, and in this case, because it's the CX, or commercial mixed-use zoning, a minimum of 50% transparency is required on each ground story facade of the proposed building. And here are your 2 findings for transparency. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant, and as you're aware, Mensa Webb is here from Transportation for the city to answer any questions you have about that.
Great, thank you. Okay, the applicant will now present evidence and legal arguments in support of the request. As a reminder, any evidence and argument must focus on the applicable standards.
Chairman Gaskins, would you prefer that we all are sworn in, all the experts, before the start? Okay.
Yes.
All
right. I am Rob Rule with RJTR Design, 300 Galleria Parkway in Atlanta, Georgia.
And your relation to the case?
I'm the architect.
Great.
Thank you.
And I'm Mike Fraze with Studio Outside. Our address is 824 Exposition Avenue in Dallas, Texas, and we're the landscape architect on the project.
James Whitaker, Advanced Civil Design, 51 Kilmaine Drive in Cary, and we're the civil engineer on the project.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stephen Beatty with ownership, 3301 Benson Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Neil King, also with ownership, 3301 Benson Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Great, and I'll go ahead and swear you guys in, so if I could see you. For the gentleman who's sitting down, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, seeing affirmative in all of the cases. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Worth Mills with Longleaf Law Partners. Here on behalf of DeWitt for the Lifetime Living Project that is part of the Exchange mixed-use project just south of St. Albans. So DeWitt, Carolinas is planning to build a 20-story mixed-use building at 1021 South Social Street. It includes a Lifetime Fitness Center with multifamily dwellings. There is a 6-story parking deck programmed at the Social Street and Benson Drive intersection. And as I mentioned, this is part of the larger mixed-use community called The Exchange. The Exchange is a 39-acre assemblage, like I said, sort of situated between 440 and St. Albans. This site is along the eastern boundary of the overall Exchange project, and this building is oriented towards the Exchange's Central Park meeting space. And as Ms. Evans laid out, we are seeking design alternates for driveway spacing, building step back, ground floor transparency, and parking deck screening. So the site itself is just over 1.5 acres, located in the northwest intersection of Social Street and Benson Drive. You can see it on the left-hand screen as well. The entire exchange project, again, 39 acres, zoned commercial mixed use, 20 stories, conditional use. This is a look at the site from Benson Drive. So 1021 Social is on the left-hand side of the photo. You can see the Benson Drive Social Street intersection on the left-hand side as well. On the right-hand side, outside of the scope of the exchange, is the Hilton Raleigh North Hills that has a large setback from Benson Drive. And I want to show this photo, one, to give you a sense of the exchange project overall, but two, to give you a sense of why we're orienting the building the way that we are. So on the screen here is the overall exchange 39-acre mixed-use community. 1021 Social and the building that we're proposing today are outlined in orange. Again, this is kind of an approximate building footprint layout here. But the thing that I want the commission to focus on is the meeting space in the middle of the exchange. All of these buildings are built around and centered towards that park, meaning where you may have the building's front door typically at the intersection of two streets. For this project and for all of the buildings in the exchange, we're looking to face those buildings along this central park space. And what that's going to do is, one, be an attraction for the employees, the residents, the guests of the exchange, but it really does help to activate the park as well, with those active uses coming in and out to and from the park to make that a dynamic pedestrian experience. This is another slide, sort of the same building footprint, although these are 3D renderings. And here we're looking south from St. Albans. And again, the building is outlined in orange there. Again, just a better sense of how these buildings are proposed to be oriented towards that central park space. The 100 Social Street building, which is it's been constructed right next to One Renaissance Center, is this building right here circled in yellow, just for reference. So we have 4 distinct categories of design alternate requests. There are 8 total. Again, driveway spacing, we're requesting 48 feet of relief to permit an exit-only driveway along Social. For the step back, we're requesting complete relief to the step back requirements for the tower portion of the building along Benson Drive. For ground floor transparency, we have requests along both Social Street and Benson Drive for ground floor transparency, as well as the requirement for half of that required ground floor transparency be between 3 and 8 feet. And lastly, we have 2 parking structure screening requests, one to increase the maximum lateral spacing requirements, and the other to increase the maximum open area of those screening requirements. Now I'm going to turn it over to Robert Rule to give a better sense of the building itself and how the buildings plan to function.
Right, so we just want to take a minute to kind of orient you to the idea, the big picture idea around placemaking here for this project within the overall exchange. So in this rendering that you see right here, this is putting you right in the middle of that central, I call it a central park space that's being created at the exchange. It is the hub of what is going to be a great, great place in the future, and it's already starting today. The building you see on the right-hand side, 1000 Social, is already being occupied right now, and it's a great phase in the project. But all of the buildings at the exchange are going to be focused on this central park. They all face it, they address it. All the active spaces and all the way people interact with the buildings, they're all going to relate to the Central Park. So the Lifetime Living residential project that you see on the left-hand side that we're talking about today is no different. The front door, in fact, that you see at the base of this building is going to face that park. People are going to be able to come in and out directly to the park from the front door at the ground level of that building. And then you can see right above that, there's about 3 floors of club space in the base of that tower. That's where the actual club is. It's a very large, active club, lots of glass facing the park. When you're in there working out or as a member or a guest, you're seeing the park, you're interacting with all the light and the activity and the energy. To the right of that, the darker building that you see, the low-rise there, that's the top of the parking deck that you see over there. You see a little bit of that from the park, and in the foreground would be future retail that would activate and energize the park that would come in a later project. It's not a part of the scope today, but the parking deck you see behind there is. And then above all that, the tower is where the residences are stacked in the tower on the north end of the project. So if we go to the next slide, this is actually flipping to the other side. That view before was from Central Park looking to the southeast. This is actually moving all the way over to where the Hilton is, looking back to the west. So this is the opposite end of the building. So you get an idea of, you see the parking deck on the left-hand side. You can see the 3-story club, which happens to relate to the same height as the parking deck, and then the residences that sit on top of that. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about the architectural character in a minute, but I thought I'd orient you to the overall plan of the site. On the bottom of the page, it's sort of obscured by the menu there, is Social Street. Benson is off on the right-hand side, and you can see it actually kinks in a little bit, which actually kind of hurts us. This is kind of a small site, and that kink in Benson did pinch us a little bit. We're going to talk about the impact of that in a minute, but the idea that we want to convey here is that you see all the colored areas there, the green cafe, the orange lobby space that I mentioned where the lobby faces the Central Park, the leasing area in the pink, which is right where people come in, prospective tenants from the parking and come into the building. That's right where you want leasing to be. Cafe, looking out over the park. And then behind that, some of the first floor elements of the club, the locker rooms and so forth, which need to be on the first floor entry. And as you move up, that's how the clubs they all work that way. And then what this means, though, by orienting all that to the Central Park space is that we have to have service. We have to have electrical, mechanical entrances. We have to have parking for service trucks and trash. And we also have to have the parking structure itself. And so you'll notice that on the right-hand side, in the upper right corner, you'll see that's where the loading and service areas necessary. We made them as small as possible, but that's where they have to be to support the overall project. You can see in the light gray area, that's the parking deck. It is what it is for this size project, and it is, unfortunately, you'll see it's at the corner of 2 public streets. And so we have to figure out how to handle that well, and we're going to show you that we believe that we have, but that's necessarily how the parking is there. And then off to the left-hand side is the future retail I mentioned. So where we show bike storage and the future retail loading, that's in anticipation of that future retail spaces happening over there. Want to talk about driveway spacing?
So now that the commission has a kind of generalized sense of both this building and the Exchange project overall, we're going to dive into the specific design alternate requests. So again, for driveway spacing, we're requesting a 48-foot design alternate to the UDO requirement, stating that 2 driveways on a public right-of-way at least 80 feet wide must be spaced at least 200 feet apart. And we're proposing to build or construct a exit-only driveway from the parking garage to Social Street that is 152 feet away from an existing drive on this site. Here is that section of the UDO, which essentially states what I just recited. One thing that I'll point out as well is that we're also dealing with intersection spacing here. The minimum distance that we have to locate this exit-only driveway from the Social Street and Benson Drive intersection is 150 feet. So keep that in mind as we talk about sort of the different requirements that are pulling us in this certain direction. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to James Whitaker to give an overview of the access, the circulation, and then get into the spacing itself.
Okay, so you can see on this is the floor plan looking down on it. The bottom left there is where the majority of the traffic is going to enter and exit the parking garage. It was intentionally put there so that it's off of a private drive and not on a public road. So the only access from the public road is that exit only, which is right in the middle at the bottom of your page there. That's what we're asking the design alternate for. You can see we centered it as much as we could between Benson and the public road. So it's, really at the best location it can be along that frontage, and there's no place we could put it that would actually meet the driveway spacing requirements. This is kind of a colored rendition of the parking deck, and the light bluish green color doesn't show up very good on that screen. I don't know if it's any better on yours. But what that's showing is there's only 63 spaces that would use that exit only. The rest of the deck comes in that first entrance where you see the ramp with the red arrow. That goes up, and then that services all the other levels of the deck. So we're not talking about a huge amount of traffic that's going to be coming into that exit only. And the reason we made it exit only too is, if it ever backs up or anything like that, it's within the garage. So there's no way this entrance, or exit, I should say, is going to have any effect on the traffic on the public road. So, and like I say, the main idea was to get as much traffic as possible onto the private drive, again, so that we're not having any impacts on public roads. So.
No. One thing that I'll note as well, and it's harder to read at the bottom, but on the bottom of the screen, we have the distances listed. So from that private drive to the exit-only driveway is our 152-foot spacing. As I mentioned, we have to locate the exit-only driveway at least 150 feet from the Social Street and Benson Drive intersection. And this plan shows that exit-only driveway being 159 and a half feet from the Benson Drive and Social Street intersection. So we're really getting pushed in both directions here. What we have tried to do, one is to comply with the intersection spacing standards while also providing as much possible distance as we can to provide for that safe distance between the exit-only driveway and the private drive leading to the majority or all of the parking spaces. So just to run through the standards for the driveway spacing quickly. One, the approved design alternate is consistent with the intent of sections 8.32, 8.34, and 8.35. The intent, as Casey mentioned, is to provide safe and efficient vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian access to and from the site. The proposed driveway that is in question is an exit-only drive that serves a minority of the total parking spaces within our parking garage. This driveway, though, is critical for those small portions, for that small portion of parking, because it's their only way to get out from those spaces. I'll go back here and I'll try to diagram this a little bit. So for anybody driving through this second entrance, they would drive through here, make a right, and loop around, and this is the only way to access. You cannot go further than the line shown right there. So the driveway itself is critical to making sure that people have efficient ingress and egress out of the garage itself. Second, the approved design alternate does not increase congestion or compromise safety. We're limiting this driveway to exit only and separating it from the main parking deck circulation so as to cut down on the number of trips or occurrences where someone is actually using that exit only to get on to Social Street. Number three, this request does not conflict with a city-approved roadway project. And number four, the design alternate is deemed reasonable due to one of the following. And for this standard, we're looking at subsection A, given the existing physical environment, compliance is not physically feasible. Again, we've got to abide by the intersection spacing requirements as well. We have made sure to meet those requirements. We feel that providing enough space from the intersection is a safer alternative than to increase that distance from the private drive and thereby pushing that exit-only driveway even further towards that intersection where you could run in to safety concerns. So we think that although this is not, compliant with the 200-foot spacing requirements, it does provide safe and efficient access to and from the site for those cars that will use it. Next, we will dive into the building step back. So just to recite our request, we're asking for complete relief from UDO section 3.3.3E, which requires a minimum 12-foot step back between the second and 12th story for any building that is over 13 stories, or that is 13 or more stories tall. And again, Casey did a good job of covering the requirements, and I believe that that was a key point in your previous request, so we'll move past that. And now I'm going to have Mr. Rule come back up and give an overview of the scope of the relief and what we're doing to mitigate the lack of a step back.
So this diagram illustrates the scope is actually a minority of the street frontage that we are to deal with. You'll notice that on Social Street, where the parking deck is, that building is not over 8 stories. And the rest of the building where the tower is, it's actually 120 feet off of Social Street. So in essence, we have a 120-foot step back. So there's no step back relief needed there. It has the required minimum by default. As you come around the corner on Benson and go travel north, the same kind of thing applies at the first part there, the first 120 feet. You have the parking deck, it's less than 8 stories, and there's no building on top of that away from Benson Street, so there's no step back required there. It's only the last 25% of the street frontage there where we're looking for step back relief, and we're going to show you how we're going to propose some alternate solutions there. So you can see where that says step back relief requested. One thing to note, we've looked at this before, the nature of Benson Drive, this is not an urban downtown site. We don't have tall buildings all around. In fact, all the buildings around to the east and the south are all 6 stories or lower, except the new 1000 Social, but it's still not across the street. It's down the way, and that's 12 stories. But we're going to, the step back, obviously the reason for doing that is to mitigate any undue shadows in the street and the public right-of-ways, and then also the wind tunnel effect. So let's talk about that. But understanding the low-rise nature and the fact that other buildings around are low and they're set back with surface parking between the buildings and the street. This is the Benson Street facade, the narrow end that you see there in the foreground, facing Benson. You can see that it actually, that face of the building which comes down to the ground, it's not one sheer face. We're breaking it up. It's got multiple steps, both horizontally and vertically. And so there's no one part of that facade that actually comes all the way from the top down to the ground, which carries wind. When you break up the facade, anybody will tell you that having the wind create turbulence, it actually breaks up any kind of wind effects, but there's really no wind tunnel because there's no other tall buildings around anyway. So we don't think that that's really an issue with this particular building, and plus it's also the narrow end of the building facing Benson. The other part of the step back relief that we would talk about normally is any undue shadows. This is the east end of the building, and it's the narrow end of the building. The sun's going to come up facing this direction. There's no shadow during the morning, and then as it goes around the building to the left and around as the sun does, it's only in the late afternoon where shadow would be coming across the sidewalk at Benson that we'd be concerned about. But what I would say is that the alternate design that we've done here is you can notice there where the parking deck is, and you see that setback to where the tower is, that's a little over 12 feet right there. We're actually setting the tower 12 feet back at that point. So we're replacing the step back with a setback of the same equivalent depth down at the ground at that point and creating a dog park at the ground level and increased landscaping down there. In addition to that, as because I mentioned Benson does kink in, it actually narrows. We can't maintain that 12 feet at the ground floor in this setback. So by the time it gets to the front corner there on the far north there, that setback goes down to about 5 feet at the ground. But you'll notice in the building, where those balconies we've added in the tower above the 8th floor, the part of the building that's behind the balconies is actually greater than 12 feet back at that point. It's sort of a de facto step back, even though the balconies extend into that, but it sort of sets it back anyway. But really the point is, the building is stepped back for the most part in most of this facade, most of this frontage here. And at the ground level, we are creating, and you can sort of see it, there's a dog park, and that will be amenitized, where residents can come out there, and a lot more green space that we would amplify the streetscape down there. Obviously, as we said before, this is the service, the loading dock inside of the building. It has to be there. It has to be somewhere, and it's here. But we're gonna mitigate that with great landscaping, great amenity, the dog park, and this is a pet-free living building, so it's going to be highly used. And I would say that we've got a 12-foot setback at that ground floor. You can see that step back right there is just moved down to the ground. I mean, the other way to look at it is we could actually build a low-rise component out to the street there and do a step back, but that wouldn't be an efficient use of the space because the building fits in the envelope that we have now. We could make it bigger, but we don't need to, and that wouldn't be cost effective.
And, just to synthesize that testimony into the step-back design alternate standards. So the first standard, the approved design alternate, is consistent with the intent of the building massing standards. And again, that intent is to manage the impact of tall buildings located near public right-of-way and avoid canyon effect. Again, we don't have a lot of tall buildings near us. This is going to be sort of the first of its kind along Benson Drive. But the portion of the project along Social Street is below the step back threshold, or the portion along Benson Street is below the step back threshold. We're providing that 120 feet step back from Social Street, and along Benson Drive, only half of the facade is what we're requesting step back relief for. So in terms of the scope of the request, given the size of the project, the request itself is fairly minor. Number two, the approved design alternate uses an architectural base distinguishable from the building above that enhances the pedestrian environment through changes in material, fenestration, ornamentation, rhythm, and other sculpting of the base. As Mr. Rule pointed out, we have incorporated fenestration changes. We have incorporated material changes and color changes that help to provide a clear base and tower that helps to break that building up visually for pedestrians and anybody in the nearby area. Number three, if the approved alternate proposes a building setback behind the sidewalk in lieu of a required step back, the resulting open space includes pedestrian amenities such as seating areas, trees, and landscaping or outdoor dining. And again, we are providing an increased setback here. As Mr. Rule mentioned, we've got a 12-foot setback compared to the nearby parking garage. And with that space, we are incorporating a dog park and enhanced landscaping to further amenitize the back of this building and to create a better pedestrian experience at the ground level. Number four, the building uses other architectural treatments to mitigate wind impacts, increase light at pedestrian level, and visually reduce the scale of the building. As I mentioned, we have the 120-foot step back along Social Street, which is maximizing that separation between the tower and the only other tall building in the area at 1000 Social. And this separation mitigates any potential wind and canyon effects exponentially more than a normal 12-foot building step back would. And at the tower, there are significant architectural details that help to break up that tower's massing. Lastly, the building does not cause undue shadow impacts on public spaces, amenity areas, and surrounding streets. The building along Social will have no undue shadow impacts to the sidewalk or the public realm. Again, the relief requested is only but for a quarter of the building's total frontage along both Benson and Social Street. And there should be very little to no shadow impact compared to a tower that could be built to the maximum height all the way around with providing that minimum 12-foot step back. Next, we'll move over to ground floor transparency. We have requests along both Social Street and Benson Drive. So we're requesting a 25% design alternate along Social Street to provide 25% ground floor transparency, and then a 28% request to the requirement that that transparency be between 3 and 8 feet in order to have 22% of the required ground floor transparency between 3 and 8 feet. For Benson Drive, it's a 31% request for 19% ground floor transparency, and we're providing 24% of the required transparency between that 3 and 8 foot range. And again, as Casey mentioned, for a general building, the ground floor transparency is 50%, and 50% has to be between 3 and 8 feet. So now I'll have Mr. Rule come back up and walk you through the ground floor transparency requests.
Right. So knowing where we needed to put the parking deck, we knew we had to take a unique approach with the design of the deck as far as the architectural treatment. So you'll note that the architectural language that we used for the deck has something of the character of the fact that it's part of lifetime living, which has a certain playfulness to it. We've used some materiality that you can see at the corners with some architectural precast panels that then start to have this playful breaking away into some metal ribbed textured panels that change colors and they dance across the facade. And so we try to make it more of a sculptural artistic element as one thing to make it feel like this is something that's pretty special. It's part of the placemaking for a lifetime. But in addition to that, when we look at the actual calculations, which you see on the top of the screen, for both the 0 to 12 foot zone and the 3 to 8 foot zone, we're falling short from the transparency by about 50%. So that's why that equates to the 25% numbers that Worth spoke of. But you can see the calculations that are there because it's a parking deck and it has a certain amount of spandrel for the ramps that go up, and it obscures some of the view there. The one thing that we're going to do there, in addition to the architectural artistic character and nature of the design of the overall building, we're going to supplement with some additional landscaping along the streetscape, and we'll look at that in some detail in just a moment. But this is what the ground floor facade would look like on Social on the bottom there. And then as we go around the corner, same kind of thing. You can see the calculations above. This reflects the numbers that Worth mentioned. You can see the blue zones where transparency are and where they are not. Which lead to the request. Obviously, the loading dock is a big factor of that in the upper right-hand side of that elevation, which necessarily needs to be there. But you can see we're proposing some additional landscaping and even the amenitized area with the dog park here.
So now the dangerous part, the landscape architect gets to come up and talk a little bit. I do want to talk a little bit about the concept between the landscape plantings that are associated with the buildings and the street. And really I want to kind of step back and reference the notion of the larger development and the central park. One of the driving tenets in that is that we wanted to create a central park where the development wasn't across the street from a park or next to a park, that you felt like you were in the park, which really means that the streets that connect us through this are as important as the park spaces themselves. They're conduits that bring you into those spaces. And so as much as the landscape is dealing with screening and transparency, it's also starting to establish a rhythm and a movement that starts on the exterior, Benson, and moves you through Social into areas of the Central Park and creates those connections. So as mentioned by Rob and Worth, on Benson, we've got a series of canopy trees, and then along the building, we've got a vertical evergreen screen that I'll go into a little more detail on, to create kind of an immediate green permanence there to kind of screen some of those areas. As we mentioned, the dog park itself, we want to celebrate those moments. So those areas are actually open. There's shrubbery, there is some control elements there, but they're not visually blocked from the street, so that one can have that connection and you have those moments of relief through there. And then as we get to Social Street, we actually have layered plantings. Obviously the green screen that runs along the foundation of the parking garage, but then the widened street sidewalk, and then plantings along that to really start to break down the scale of this and create a space, not just a corridor, but a space that people can be in. Some of the details of that. As we go along Social Street, one of the UDO requirements is to have trees in 24 square feet of either tree grade or planting. We've actually expanded that to 75 square feet and then added a concrete curb just to raise it up slightly to protect that planting. This is not a really high element, so that there's still a lot of visibility. And one of the intents that we did was actually to parallel that landscape with the street as opposed to kind of cutting into the sidewalk space, so that we still had a grand sidewalk, but we helped buffer the space between somebody on a sidewalk and a car that's driving along the street, so it felt like a softer connection. In areas where we didn't have parallel parking, we had wider plantings to begin with along there. And then where we do have the parallel parking, we have these raised planters with the trees in them. And we also added enhanced paving to that, both in the form of pavers, similar to some of the images in the bottom left there, that actually align with those tree plantings, and then enhanced scoring with the concrete itself, just to add another level of detail to the space as well. In addition to that, there's also wayfinding signage and pedestrian lighting and urban trail demarcation that we have in that. But the intent is that as you go from Benson to Social, the landscape palette starts to build on itself and starts to intuitively start to pull you into the heart of the development while still screening some of these areas of the building that we need to screen. In terms of a plant palette, this is kind of a quick snapshot of some of the plants that we're looking at. Live oaks along Benson, tupelos along Social Street, so we can get a difference in contrast, a difference in texture. We're looking at a lot of different varieties of color and planting, like red buds at the intersection that sit behind an entry sign, so we can get some pop of color in there. In terms of the evergreen screen, we're looking at things like a magnolia, that we can get some tall verticality and some evergreen characteristics to it. The intent is not to go in small and wait for it to grow in. The intent is to create the screen pretty much immediately, very similar to that photo in the right there, where we would plant them a little bit tighter. We would look at the size of the planting so it's more mature at the time of installation, so that we don't have gaps between those and the elements we're trying to screen. And then a variety of other plants, sedges and hollies, to create some more texture. These are images of those. This is the intersection, Benson going to the right and Social Street to the left. You can see that entry signage and the red buds that are popping the color. You can see the layering from the evergreen screen at the base of the building, and then how that steps down to shrubs and ground cover along the sidewalks, and especially along Social, where you can see that planting extends on both sides of the sidewalk, so that as a pedestrian, you're really in a humanized pedestrian scale space that's created by these different layers of plantings and elements that we've brought into this palette to kind of, once again, establish that movement towards the Central Park.
One thing that I will offer as a condition of approval, and I'll note that we have made this a condition of approval in a variance case related to this project, is that the project will include evergreen shrubs between the parking deck and sidewalk along the property's frontage to Social Street, as shown on the Social Street elevation plan included in the applicant's PowerPoint presentation at the August 1st, 2024 hearing. At the time of planting, the evergreen shrubs must be at least 8 feet tall. So again, wanting to start out as soon as we plant these trees, having a green wall at the pedestrian eye level so that you're mitigating for the lack of transparency and the fact that we are locating the parking deck where we are. That said, I will touch on the design alternate standards. So first, the approved alternate is consistent with the intent of the transparency requirements. The intent is to lend visual interest to street-facing building facades and minimize blank wall areas. Again, just want to note that it's not that we don't have transparency and we don't have visual interest. It's that the thrust of that is located towards that Central Park. But what we have done here is to mitigate that as much as we can. We've utilized a combination of artistic composition of the mixed-use buildings. We've got a variety of architectural materials. We have enhanced landscaping on both Benson Drive and Social Street, and we have the dog park along Benson Drive. So for those reasons, we think that the request meets the intent of the transparency requirements. 2, the street-facing building facade utilizes other architectural, artistic, or landscape treatments to create visual interest to offset that reduction in transparency. And again, we want to create, from the beginning of this building's kind of conception, we want to create that green wall between sidewalk and the parking deck, as noted in the condition that we are offering this afternoon. The dog park along Benson also creates visual interest for folks as they walk down Benson. And so again, just to reiterate, it's not that we're lacking visual interest, it's that it is situated in another area, and that the steps that we're taking here are to create as good of a product and as visually interesting of a product on what is essentially the back end of the building as we can. So the last kind of category of design alternates here, and I appreciate everybody's patience as we work through the materials, is parking structure screening. And again, we have 2 requests here. One is a request to extend the lateral spacing for screening elements on parking structures from 18 inches to 96 inches. The second request is to increase the maximum open area of screening elements from 40% to 50%. And again, I believe Casey went through the applicable standards here. And now I will turn it back over once more to Mr. Rule to go over the parking garage design, how it's screened, and how it functions.
So the screening requests are related, the 2 of them. But essentially, when we're talking about a screening request or a screening requirement of 40% maximum, what we're looking at with this design that you see in front of you is 50%. And there's a few reasons for that. And that has to do with lateral spacing as well. But what we've done is we are working on trying to achieve a parking deck that is a place that works with the entire ethos of lifetime living. So it wants to actually fit in with the whole wellness and sustainability concept that we have approached this entire project with. So those include maximizing natural daylight into space. They include energy efficiency and sustainability. And when we talk about those things with a parking structure, we're talking about trying to make sure the deck is naturally ventilated naturally. And so you want to maximize that as much as you can. And to do that, there are certain requirements that the building code requires you have to do. And the building code requires that the building be 20% open all the way around as you calculate it. So when we looked at the calculations and we're looking at the lateral spacing of the elements, how tight can we get our elements and still get 20% open so the building has good natural ventilation, we're at 22% right now, so we're right there. I mean, it can't be any more enclosed than it is. So if we made it more enclosed, it couldn't be naturally ventilated, which cuts down on your natural daylight that comes in the space, your natural fresh air for circulation comes in the space. And so we're kind of fighting those principles of just, good sustainable design and the building code against making it, less open. So that's why we're asking for 50% instead of 40%. And that has everything to do with the lateral spacing of those elements that you see are the vertical metal panels that you see there that are 96 inches apart. The UDO says they need to be 18 inches apart. But utilizing this spacing, which we think is a fun, like I said, architectural, artistic solution, it gets us right at that cutting edge of getting that open deck that we are hoping to get. And the same principle on Benson. They both have the same proportions, and the calculation I told you was for the entire structure. Just to kind of illustrate the realities of the dimensions that we're talking about, this is a section through one of the typical floors in the parking deck. And you can see the gray zones that are the structure itself that necessarily has to be there to support the deck, and you can see the car sitting on one level. The gray structure on the wall there, those are the precast panels that support the deck, and you'll note provide the a screening of headlights from the cars, which is one of the reasons why the UDO asked for no less than 40% open, or no more than that, and because they want to screen the lighting. Light spillage from the deck is one of the principles. And so what we're showing here is that we're containing that in a couple ways. One, the precast panels already contain the headlights because of the way that they're designed to that height that we're showing there. And we're also using specified light fixtures that have cutoffs so that the light will not spill out into those openings that you see in this diagram. And so those cutoffs, the depth of those, the shields would all be dimensioned precisely to have those. And then in addition to that, we'd have all of these fixtures on dimmers so that, and during the day, we're trying to maximize the daylight, as I said, so those lights aren't going to be a problem. But at night, those lights would be on dimmers automatically, and they would only come on as needed with motion sensing to the minimum levels that code requires. So that's how we're addressing that. And then, just architecturally, related to the openness of the deck, I mean, when you look at the building with the landscaping and the streetscape, we just feel like this is an example of how successful this could be, even with that 10% variance in the openness that we're asking for.
And lastly, just to review the standards themselves. So first, the approved alternate is consistent with the intent of the landscape and screening regulations. The intent is to provide meaningful and well-designed buffering. The proposed design, as Robert laid out, still screens parked cars from ground-level pedestrians and adjacent properties, but allows for a more artistic building design and an open-air ventilated parking garage, which is something that the city prioritized in its 2021 parking structure regulation report. The parking entries are framed with high contrast asymmetrical banding, and the overall composition, again, is to evoke that movement and create visual interest, again, aligning with the lifetime fitness that we're planning to put in here. And to mitigate the larger horizontal spacing, the development has proposed additional layers of planning between the sidewalk and the building. Number two, the approved alternate does not substantially negatively impact the comfort and safety of pedestrians. While the proposed parking garage does exceed the lateral spacing and open space requirement, it still accomplishes the main goal of blocking vehicular headlights from escaping onto the public street. And the enhanced planning schedule on those public streets offers visual interest at the ground level. Number three, the approved alternate utilizes other architectural or landscaping treatments to create visual interest. Again, I feel like we've said it a lot, but we have the enhanced landscaping between sidewalk and building, and the parking deck itself incorporates sort of these dancing metal panels that contrast with the geometries of the parking deck itself. The spacing provides daylight and fresh air within the parking garage. And again, that green buffer space that we have is really going to play a major role as it relates to how pedestrians view this parking garage from the ground level. And lastly, the approved alternate is considered equal to or better than the standard. Again, the design that Robert explained provides a much more artistic style than your sort of UDO compliant parking deck, but again, still effectively blocks the headlights and the lights from the parking garage itself from escaping out into the public realm. And the additional landscaping, again, just adds that visual interest that we're looking for at the pedestrian space. Again, appreciate the patience as we run through all of that. I know it was a lot. We're happy to answer any questions or go back to any of the slides that we covered this afternoon. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this case today? Okay, seeing none. Any questions for the applicant, or actually for that staff? Mensa, if you could come up. Any concern on behalf of transportation staff with regards to any of the alternates and pedestrian or vehicular safety?
No concerns at all. We had a pre-application meeting to discuss the concerns with driveway spacing. and access there, had follow-up conversations, ultimately came to the conclusion that the access on social should be egress only. There's a few different ways to access the entrance locations of the parking deck from Benson Drive. So we've had several conversations there, looked at the operational logistics, and transportation is comfortable with what's being requested right now.
Okay. Does, is there anything that you feel like is missing or would, improve the case in any way in terms of what's being considered?
In terms of the actual design alternate they're seeking relief from, no. I do believe the plan is in the second or third round of ASR review. You'll get them tomorrow. Yes, you'll get them tomorrow. I will have to look at see how they responded to the comments, the previous comments. But in terms of what I recall, this was the major issue that they're seeking relief from. And ultimately, what they've provided in the conversations we've had, transportation is comfortable with what they're providing.
Okay. And you're referring specifically to the driveway spacing?
One more time, please.
You're referring specifically to the driveway spacing?
To the yes,
Yeah.
driveway spacing, yes.
Okay. While he's up there, any questions from the commission?
Why can't they approve this driveway spacing administratively, if they're all okay with it?
Because it still doesn't meet the UDO.
Huh?
When it doesn't meet the UDO, they have to come to us for.
Yeah, it's just part of the
But didn't the previous one have?
Previous one was
Was
not.
resolved.
confusing.
I don't know that we're going to get an answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
It's a good question.
But so, in your opinion, is there another safer scenario specifically about the one-way egress for this project that could be considered or should be considered?
No, there's not. I think the scenario is safe. I think Social Drive itself having egress only, I think there's enough space for the weave pattern and approaching Benson Drive, so vehicles either go left or right on Benson Drive. In terms of the frontage, we talked about the sidewalk along the Social Street or Social Drive frontage there. I believe it's a 10-foot wide multi-use path, so there's plenty of space there for peds, for bikes. Don't have any safety concerns in terms of the access, how it's proposed from the site or the parking deck.
Ravi, do you have a question?
I was asked.
Can you speak in your microphone? Thank you.
To pick the right microphone. Sorry about that. My question is the location of the exit, where that exit-only driveway is that, do you feel like that's in an appropriate location, given that street immediately, Social Street, splits into left and right turn lanes?
Certainly. I think the access is, the egress only is necessary. Additionally, there is, and I believe it was mentioned earlier, there in between essentially a rock and a hard place with the driveway spacing and then the spacing to the intersection. Ultimately, where they're locating the driveway at is going to be a safe location for that egress. I think the concern where we had the conversation was there being a full movement. So having the left over in, then the left out, that would have been a concern in terms of having maybe too many conflicts, particularly during the peak time, where you have vehicles utilizing that portion of Social, and then the amount of vehicles coming in and out of that particular access point on Social. So from a transportation perspective, comfortable with the location. I don't think the safety is going to be a concern for vehicles or peds or bikes. Ultimately, I think this is going to be the best situation there.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I was curious, maybe you can shed some light on this. So like the parking deck above only has one exit entry out. This one's got 63 spaces. It's got an entry exit back into the development and then another exit. So it's got more access than all of the parking above it. Why do we need this exit out onto Social?
A couple things. Yes, it does have more access. However, and it was brought up earlier, for vehicles exiting, there's actually more room for any kind of queuing or backing up on site. So in terms of the larger portion of the parking deck and utilizing the access, there's actually more space for vehicles to queue on site. Ultimately, we want to keep those vehicles from queuing off-site or in the right-of-way. In terms of the actual access from onto Social, and you said the question was, why is it important?
Yeah. Why is it necessary?
It's an additional relief for even for the 63 parking space, additional relief there. On top of that, the actual relief from Social does not cause any major conflicts on Social for vehicles leaving that particular, that element of the parking structure. So the way that we see it, yes, there's more parking spaces going above, but there's also access to Social, and then traversing north on their property, there's a way to also access by where I know they have their loading for, I believe, passenger or commercial loading, another access point to their driveway. There's also an additional way to get to Benson Drive. So there's really two relief valves for that larger parking deck.
Got it. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Thanks, Benson. Okay, further questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I got a couple. What on the exit, what's queuing pedestrians on the sidewalk? There's a vehicle exit right there. Is there any change? Well, and it's related to my other comment. The green wall, is the intent to have that be one long line of magnolias? So the two together are, do we have one 300-foot long line of magnolias? And then what is indicating the vehicles exiting to the pedestrians on that sidewalk?
Gotcha. So first I'll say the plantings between the sidewalk and the building, those are proposed evergreen shrubs. So less of like a canopy or a shade tree, more of a screening type of shrub. I'd have to double check on the site plan. Our graphic here, if you look at the bottom, so if you look at the driveway exit, you can see a darker gray material on either side of that exit only, which looks to me to indicate some sort of material change along the sidewalk on either side of that exit only. If we need to offer that as a condition of approval, just to confirm that that is going to be included in the streetscape, I think we'd be happy to do so as a way to notify pedestrians that cars may be exiting out from that parking garage. Yeah, absolutely.
If I can add just a little more detail to that as well. So at the crossing in the sidewalk, there'll be truncated domes, which is required at all street crossings, intersection crossings. So as you're going down the sidewalk, as you go towards that drive, you'll see a change of texture, change of color there in the sidewalk to begin with. The planting that we referenced, you're right, they're not canopy trees, they're evergreen shrubs. They may be magnolias, they may be another variety. We might even break them up a little bit for a little diversity. But the key thing is that we want to keep a minimum height to start with so that we establish a screen immediately, and so we don't have gaps between those. There's also a layer of planting in front of that, so it's not just one green wall of one type of planting. We'll have other diversity to kind of bring the scale down. But we do want to use a plant species that we feel good about that can accomplish that screen and grow together and give us that massing. And it's not just that the magnolia is the only tree that could do that. There might be others, and some of that might tie to the height that we're committing to putting these in at in terms of what's available and making sure that we get that. So that's a little more detail to it, but those are some of the things that are playing into that for that crossing to be visible.
How much space do you have between the face of the parking deck and the back of the sidewalk where those screen shrubs are going?
I want to say that we have, I'm going a little bit from memory here, I want to say we have about 6 to 8 feet. That will also drive that species. And it varies a little bit between Benson and Social. We have a lot more depth in certain
thinking
areas in
Social.
Benson. So, that's going to drive that selection, because what we don't want to do is put something in that outgrows that space and becomes a challenge down the road as well. So that's another thing that we'll need to look at as we start to curate the final plant list for that. I don't know if that answers that well or not.
It helps. I have comments. And then my last question is, what is the pedestrian experience going through the deck to the park space under the parking deck?
Oh, under the
where
parking
the
deck?
entryways, once you turn off Social and pedestrians headed into the park space.
Have you kind of start that, and then I'll chime in on it a little bit.
It'll feel very much like the park, like we talked about. We want to integrate this project to the park, so it's going to feel like the city sidewalk is going to go right through that deck. So we've got safe sidewalks with curbs and good lighting on the sides of that drive that take you right up to the front door and also to the park from.
How wide
right
are
to the
they?
deck. I want to say they're 5 or 6 feet right now. And then the other thing I might want to mention too, architecturally, the opening, this isn't just a hole in the facade where that exit is that we're talking about. It actually has an architectural significance as well. It's framed with a white element that's very much like the way the other one's framed. So there's a visual signifier that's
Talking about the smaller.
the smaller one, right. The smaller one has a frame around it, and it will probably be lit, actually, and because the highlight with nice lighting, just like the other one is framed architecturally. Yeah, so they'll have some architectural significance, too. Not just a hole in the wall, I guess, which would be a little less safe.
Hole in the green wall.
Right.
Just to confirm, there is a change in materiality between that exit drive and the sidewalk?
So where the sidewalk comes to that drive, there's ADA delineator bands. The sidewalk will slope down to meet
Besides
accessibility.
that tactile strip, is there any change of materiality, texture?
Well, with those ADA bands, that will be a different color than the sidewalk. So there'll be a strip there that will be on either side of that drive that will call that out.
But other than that, there's no change of materiality or?
Not for the drive itself.
So the exit is actually lower than the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it's concrete and concrete.
Yes. Yes.
Just a couple more questions from a landscape perspective on Social Street. On your landscape plan, you have Claudia Wanamaker magnolias going down that strip. I think you're committed to 8 feet height of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
At install.
And so, I mean, at that point, those are trees. Those Claudia Wanamaker magnolias are trees.
They're not a shrub. It's a
Yeah.
tree. It's just a full to the ground tree, obviously. As you
and
know.
that would have a width that was much more than 6 feet. Even at 8 feet, it would almost be 6 feet, right?
Yeah, and I think that's why we want to look at maybe some of the other things like arborvitaes or some other plants that stay a little tighter. But we want to create that screen and keep it within that space. So, and obviously there's other varieties of magnolias, some much bigger and some that are maybe a little more compact.
You can imagine I'm kind of racking my brain for which evergreen shrubs you could buy at 8 feet that would not be 6 feet wide. And so I think there's just some kind of discordance going on here on this streetscape with the width of that planting and the intent that you all are describing, which I think is, important since it's an entire block length of parking deck. So I think maybe that's some of your questions are trying to dig at that because they're not kind of adding up to something we can visualize in a meaningful way.
Yeah, exactly. I'm worried about the width. Appreciate the height. Totally on board with the layering. Worried about, shoulder to shoulder with a large, heavy row of trees and what can be done to lighten it up for the folks that are walking down there.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with your comments about the width. That's one of the things that we want to be very focused on. That's why it was kind of a sample of plants, but we haven't really curated that. Obviously, the market will drive a little bit of what's out there in the nurseries to get that. The last thing we want is to put an installation in that looks great, and then in 2 years, we're pruning the edge of those back, and it doesn't look great, it doesn't look hospitable, it doesn't look, we've all seen that, right? And that is not the intent of that. So we want to really look at that and make sure that we've got something that will perform in that space both vertically but also horizontally to kind of give you that one green screen and some interest as well.
And I'm also thinking, can we give some relief just on the total quantity of the screening to pull them back a little bit from the entry so that we don't have to take that full mass right up to the edge of the exit?
Yeah, so that it's not buried.
Just let them give some elbow room.
Oh, yeah, pull them back. That's a good comment. I think that, the intent is the bulk of it to be that evergreen screen. As we get to those crossings, I think that I know what we would want to do is play with that palette, let that transition, just like the flat work transitions. That might change in height, that might change in color, that might change in texture. I think we'd want to at least give a minimum of 8 feet or 10 feet of just visual opacity so that you don't have a green screen right where a car's coming out, that you have a little more view into those edges. We'd like to do that with something that's pleasing and attractive as well. So that'll be another material that we'll work with in there, so they'll pull back a little bit. I think that also goes to what Rob was saying. It'll highlight that because it's already architecturally framed, and so the planting will respond accordingly as well.
And just to stay on that topic, I spoke with Mensa. He would prefer to see no plantings within 8 feet of either side of that exit-only drive, and we're fine with that. So, within that condition of approval, we could include a sentence that, this condition shall not apply within 8 feet of the exit-only driveway along Social Street, just as a way to, one, create the green screen, but two, make sure that drivers have a full line of sight as they exit onto Social. So if that's the will of the commission, we'd be happy to include that in this request.
I think that sounds good. I'm not, right?
Well, I don't know about no plantings, but no plantings that are higher than 2 feet, I mean, I think that you could do a lot at the ground plane to make it look nice, but certainly want to indicate that something's coming.
I bet we've got more ground to cover.
Oh, yeah.
So if you want to,
Pun intended.
refine what that is to, when we get to the end.
Well, I've got a related question on landscaping. So along Benson Drive, I'm just trying to figure out what that green, the landscape along the west side of the sidewalk is going to look like. I'm looking at the materials that were submitted to us in our packages, and it looks like it's pretty much covered in liriope with maybe some bushes closer to the edges of the building. Is that correct?
Yeah, essentially, we want to use, again, a vertical evergreen, whether it's a magnolia or something like that, to create that screen. That would be the first layer in many areas along that facade. And then from there to the sidewalk is where that would start to break down in the scale of plant material, more shrubs to liriope, and then from the sidewalk to the curb, that might be a mix of like sod. So you get kind of this cascade down. We've got a lot more depth in that area. Okay. Also, like where the dog park is at, that's not an area we're going to want to bury in, a tall vertical screen. We're going to have some of the shrubs, we're going to have some of the evergreen or some of the ground covers to soften it. But we do want visual interest into that space because there's activity there, and we feel like that will help animate that streetscape on Benson. So that's another piece in that as well.
Okay. But not really usable space.
Not like a lawn space per se. It's more of a visual space and just trying to not have one plant that just becomes a wall and have layers that come down and create a little bit more diversity through there.
Sure. Okay. And then I was going to jump to transparency. Could you run through the transparency along Benson Drive again? I'm just trying to figure out, looking at, again, the materials in our packet, is the transparency really on that north corner?
The corner with the loading dock?
No. Oh, loading dock. Yes. Yeah, could you just run through this again?
The calculation, on the top of the screen there illustrates in blue where we have transparency. And both in the red line show between the 0 and 12 and the 3 to 8, and the numbers that you see are on the right-hand side. So essentially, the blue area compared to what the total zone is about 50% less than what is required by the UDO.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing in our packet's different than
Oh,
what's
is it?
on the screen.
Ah.
Yeah. That makes more sense.
It does. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what you're looking at, but sorry.
I got a question for you. Well, you just sat back down. Sorry. Was it looked at potentially wrapping the parking deck? And can you just elaborate more on why that was the decision?
Yeah,
that
sure.
wasn't made?
That's a great question. How do I move back here? Back here, yeah. Let's look at the plan right here. Okay, so you can see my mouse right there, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So there is a size footprint on the ground floor that when you look at how the club has to function at the ground floor, with the lobby, the leasing office, there's a hospitality component to the lobby, the small cafe you see there, and then the locker rooms, which is the first thing that all clubs do if you've been to one before you go to the rest of the club. We took everything upstairs that we could to minimize what's on the ground floor, and that is it, what you see in the colored zones there. And then, of course, you have to have the loading dock and all the service spaces in the other colors that you see there in the light blue and the green colors. Those all have to be there. It's a very minimal first floor footprint. So there's not much to wrap around the deck. And the deck is a large footprint, as you can see there. That's one thing. The other thing was the program that we have on the ground floor, as we've said many times now, the idea of connecting it to the Central Park was paramount. I mean, that's what's going to make all these projects that are around the Exchange Central Park. So there really wasn't programmed to wrap around the deck. It's a small site. You've got one component of the parking, and you've got the smallest component you can enter this project on the ground floor with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're reviewing the UDO and standards that we have here. Just out of curiosity, what's the program for the top floor of the deck?
On top of the deck? Oh, it's going to be amazing. It's an amenity deck beyond belief. It's going to have pickleball. It's going to have great swimming pools, fire pits, food services up there. If you've ever been to a Lifetime Living facility, it's going to be super nice. They'll have food and drinks. It'll be really nice.
And then I saw from some of the renderings, there's landscape kind of along the edge, trees.
That's hypothetical, but as far as what we showed, that's artistic rendering. But there will be landscaping up there, for sure, for sure. And you will perceive it from the ground floor. The idea is we want that deck to be connected to the Central Park once again, and the city streets around it. We want people to say, hey, there's something cool going on up there. We want that connectivity visually.
I have another question related to the deck. So we actually changed some language in the UDO, I don't know, a year ago, about the screening requirements for parking decks. And I think this is the first time that we've seen one of these come before us. And I was always curious because I know there's some really strict requirements in the building code for openness before you have to mechanically ventilate your parking deck. So I just want to make sure I understood you right. Between the concrete spandrel panels, a 50% open screening material, you end up with a 22% opening factor, and you need 20 for the per code to not have to mechanically ventilate it?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
You got it right. Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
And I think when you don't have openness on 3 sides or 2 adjacent sides, it goes up to 40%.
That's exactly
requirement?
right.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of these come before
Yeah.
us. I think the language
I'm
that
gonna-
they changed it to.
Yeah,
is-
those are good questions.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask, kind of press on this a little bit, because I don't quite understand why we need the single exit on Social Street. What is the real value of that exit? If you got rid of that, really, it's just less than 20 or 30 spaces that just would have to turn around and go back out the way they came, right? What's the real design thought behind that?
to keep those 60 spaces from having to turn around and go back around. And
That's it,
and
okay.
yeah, that's part of it.
I wasn't sure if I was missing something.
You're not missing anything.
Okay.
It definitely makes it a more friendly parking structure. People don't like to necessarily turn around, especially if it's full. We all hate that situation. The idea is that it makes it more friendly because the people that are parking on that level, those are your visitors. Those are people that are not there every day. And they're the ones that aren't exactly going to know where they're going. And so those people, you want to make it as friendly as possible. Otherwise, that's when you get people backing up and doing crazy things. And then it does back up traffic in the deck. So that's what we're thinking about. The people that live here and they're going to the club every day, they're taking that first right and they're swinging right into the deck. They go right up the deck and they're up and gone. But so it's really for that sort of just good deck design to make it a friendly place to attract, because there are visitors that come here, and that's part of the ethos of Lifetime is to make it a friendly, easy place to maneuver.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you said it's going to be a visitor space. Is that going to be defined as a visitor space, or is it also open to the club parking?
It's open to anyone, yeah. So but the point is, if you live here, if you know where you're going, if you live here and you're a member here, you go right up into the parking. You go up to your spaces up above, and that's what I'm saying. People that aren't familiar with it you want to make it friendly on that level.
I mean, I noticed that on that floor, even though the width of the spacing between the spaces is about the same as everywhere else,
Yes.
you've marked that as one way only within the deck.
It's not marked as one way because the reality is you can when you pull out of your space, you can pull it either way you want to exit.
But I mean, can you maybe bring up that sheet that I'm seeing? I don't see it over there.
Not sure
but-
which sheet is
I
this?
think you're saying the civil sheets?
Yeah,
show it
I'm
one-
looking
yeah,
at the
civil
civil
sheets show it as a
sheets.
one-way.
Is it this one? Oops. I must have passed it. That one. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that one. So, I mean, it's hard to see on that screen,
Yeah.
but I see the arrows on the
Yeah.
south side of the parking. They're all one way as they come up to that exit.
Past that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, past that certain point it is. So, yeah, let me just point right here. So if you're here, can I talk like this or not?
Can you do it
Recording.
on the screen so the people online can hear you?
That makes sense, you're right. So I'll use my arrow on the screen. So people parking in here, when they back out of their space, they can turn in either direction, and frankly, they can exit over here on the private drive, or they can go the other way out. We have designated, once you get past that point, that this would be one-way only, just to help, these few spaces, the 20 or 30 over here, to exit out that way, to direct them. Once again, it's about, just trying to get good flow in a parking deck with people being less confused.
Yeah. I mean, is there a way to just keep it open both ways, up to the point so that they can choose which way to go out? Like you said, this
That's a fair comment, maybe. Yeah.
exit might
Yeah.
get backed up and, social might get backed up and not
That's
have people.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment.
Space
I
for
mean,
the
it's
people.
designed to be it's got a 24-foot drive aisle, so there's no reason somebody couldn't go the other way if they wanted to.
Yeah, I think that would be great because it'll at least give them an option in case this driveway is backed up
Yeah.
to be able to go around.
Okay, I think that would be a reasonable thing to do.
I can ask about aesthetics for the, what was the term, that kind of stem wall on the parking garage itself, the spandrel panel?
Yes.
On the exterior facing side, what treatments are you considering? Like, I appreciate what's being done with metal panel to add some
Yeah.
interest to that facade, but I think there's an opportunity to do something with that precast spandrel panel.
Yeah, right.
Either a dye or a texture
Yeah.
or something.
We anticipate it would have a textured finish, but it would also have either dyed or coated or painted we want color to be an integral part of this, but a nice texture as well. So it will have that for sure. Okay. And this will be an architecturally nicely finished deck.
Where are you talking about?
Just the spandrel panels there
Yeah.
between the metal panel that they're doing with the concrete. There's
Darker gray, darkest
as it's
gray
showing in
Yeah.
that, yeah.
And it would have reveals in it too, so it wouldn't be just smooth blank panel, lots of reveals. You see the reveal work in there, and we're playfully alternating reveals, all the kind of
Yeah,
stuff people
it's-
do these days.
Yeah, it's just a material that I think there's a lot of opportunity to
Yeah.
explore.
Yeah.
And oftentimes,
Yeah,
especially
and-
with these parking garages, it's not.
For sure.
Were any other methods of screening explored?
Well, we talked about lots of different things. I mean, we've done a lot, but this is what we ended up with. This is what Lifetime and the ownership team all felt very comfortable with as far as, like I said, it did the best job of working with the architectural language of the tower and the Lifetime Living aesthetic.
There have been any questions on massing? Does anyone have any questions on massing? Okay.
I think it's rather well articulated and giving you kind of base, middle, top.
Okay.
Appreciate what they've done.
Any additional questions from the commission? I see Worth stepped out, but do you want to report back on the condition?
Yeah, quickly. I just want to understand a little bit more about exactly what you all are looking for from that condition. And I just want to remind you that the Board of Adjustment already put a condition on their plantings, specifically on Social Street, and referenced a specific plan that they saw, which I'm assuming included specific locations.
Do you know what the Board of Adjustment said?
They referenced the plan that was in the PowerPoint at the Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
So I've asked Worth if they have that to show you all potentially what they've already.
And what was their condition?
Their condition was that they would provide the plantings as shown on that plan. So
It'd be great to see that.
Yeah, and so the problem with you all then imposing another condition, we can't
Sync
we
'em
can't
up.
conflict.
Yeah.
Are their conditions reflected in what we saw today?
I'm not sure.
We're still open for questions till y'all, right?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
There's a Board of Adjustment condition on landscape screening. Does what we looked at today reflect that condition? Do we know what that condition is?
Yep, so the condition from the Board of Adjustment read, the project will include evergreen shrubs between the parking deck and sidewalk along the property's frontage to Social Street, as shown on the Social Street elevation plan included in the applicant's PowerPoint presentation at the July 2024 hearing. At the time of planting, the evergreen shrubs must be at least 8 feet tall. I think the easiest way to reconcile that condition with the concerns that we have heard here, we could include this condition and say the location of shrubs from the exit-only driveway are subject to Transportation Department approval and not set a specified distance. We did not say in that condition at the Board of Adjustment how many trees we were going to plant or how close we were going to plant them to the driveway. So if we need to include that as kind of a belt and suspenders method to make sure that we're not planting these shrubs too close to that driveway on Social, I think that would work. Because again, the condition that's already approved by the board did not get into the number of trees. It just said that those trees are going to be located between the sidewalk and the building. So we're open to something that, maybe gives Mensa another opportunity to look at what that appropriate spacing should be, and he can tell us if we don't know the exact distance at the hearing today. I'd be fine to leave that at Mensa's discretion.
Do you have the slide that was referenced in the presentation from the Board of Adjustments hearing?
It was essentially this slide with the.
Didn't it reference, didn't you say the elevation?
It referenced the Social Street elevation as to.
That's a plan. That's a plan view. They're probably referencing a elevation image.
I'm trying to think of what we had in the Board of Adjustment. It was probably something like this.
Could be that.
Janie,
Casey, do you know if we can pull up the presentation from the board up here?
I'm trying to look in the BOA SharePoint to see if I can find the presentation
Or
slides.
even board docs?
The slides aren't in board docs.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I looked there first, but I'm looking. I might have found them. I might have found them.
Okay.
Yeah, we found, so the exact slide that we use is not in the exact slide that we used in the BOA is not in our design alternate application. The one that we use is a little,
This is in the Board of Adjustment, this is a colored elevation. The view that you're seeing on your screen is a rendered elevation.
Was it this one? This is in our packet. I don't know. Does this match what you got?
It is this one. So, yes, I believe that has annotations on it.
Slightly different.
Well, either way, the intent's got to be the same for what they want.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's some question here of whether
How do we-
the Board of Adjustments, condition precludes us making any adjustment without having to go back to Board of Adjustments for alteration.
Correct.
Because I think, I would be looking for two, I think, the spacing off the entry, but then something that speaks to variation along the length of that and the potential oppressiveness. I don't know how we get it in there, but like we were talking about, maintenance, the size of those things, encroachment on the sidewalk. We don't want 300 feet of hacked off magnolia trees to, make sure they're not overhanging
Yeah.
the sidewalk. So how do we
I don't
write
know how
that
we-
in here? I know the intent's, the applicant's got the intent right, it's just how do we?
I don't know you can do it in that width either, right?
Exactly.
I really
Right.
don't, and,
The solution's somewhere.
What I had mentioned, and maybe, and Worth, I'll let you chime in, we're happy at looking at a different material, and I think it's really along social. I think
Yeah.
Benson, we've got the depth. So really along social, we want to meet the request of the 8-foot height, but we want to make sure that we keep it within that spacing so we can look
I
at
mean,
other.
could you do a green wall with, trellising or something, jasmine,
I think we can look
6 feet?
at other options for sure to make sure that we stay within the planted depth that we have so that we don't encroach onto the sidewalk, which could be a different plant material. We could look at other ways to create that screening with planting. But I definitely hear the concern, and we can look at other materials to make sure that we don't create that issue.
Yeah.
Some jurisdictions look at green screen as being, it creates less openness.
Oh, yeah, for the airflow.
It's a tough one.
It's tricky too, because we can't.
Would the I don't know if this is getting to what you guys are saying, but with the language that Worth, presented, like, meet what you guys are trying to do? You're trying to make sure that even just the evergreens that the Board of Adjustments is required is gonna work.
I think there's some question of, I don't know that we can make any condition on that frontage, really, because of the Board of Adjustments condition.
Because of how specific they were and what they referenced.
Can we say anything about making sure that they don't have certain height plantings within the exit of that?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, based on, again, the reference to that plan sheet.
It goes right against what they just asked, what BOA asked for.
Let me ask you, Worth, would it be more helpful to you if we were to move forward with a condition that was at conflict with Board of Adjustments and then cause?
How in conflict? I think the way that I read it, we've got to choose an evergreen shrub, and it's got to be 8 feet tall when we plant it. But if it's a question of distance from a certain entryway, the Board of Adjustment condition is silent to that point.
Other than referencing a specific elevation.
Yeah. They're basically saying it has to look like that elevation, which shows plants right next to that.
Is it the city's?
Part of the problem is we don't have that elevation in front of
Yeah,
us
and it's
either.
not in the record either.
How do we get back to the, I got it.
Also, follow-up questions. Would it be possible to put criteria for this plant species? Would that solve the problem if it was, something that responds to trimming and something that mature spread has to be under 10 feet for a specific planting strip? Would that, it's like it can still satisfy the Board of Adjustments requirement, but then we just have this caveat for the plant list that is like, has to be something as arborvitae, osmanthus, something that responds to shearing, unlike magnolias that would look terrible if they have to be cut
I think
back.
that's
But-
what I was trying to say is
Yeah.
that to make it a condition of the plant material, to make sure that we put something in there that either can be trimmed to stay within that space between the sidewalk and the building, or doesn't expand beyond it. I'm not trying to conflict the other conditions, I'm just trying to add that into it, which I think is responding to a lot of the concerns, or some of the concerns I heard is of that. And I think that's something that we could definitely, do and look at.
I certainly wouldn't want to hamstring you to an entire block of something that didn't work well just to meet the requirements.
I don't think you will. I don't think you will. I think that there's, plenty of other plant species we can look at. There's other, we want to create some diversity anyway, so I don't feel like that's hamstringing. I think that's, a design thing that we would want to do anyways, is to make sure it performs well, right? So I don't feel hamstrung by that condition.
If we included in the condition today that the plant would have a mature height of 8 feet at planting with a mature width not to exceed 8 feet.
Well, you only had 6 feet of planting space, right? Width. Oh, cool. 7.3, you said?
Can you word it to not encroach onto the sidewalk?
That works for us.
And what about pulling it back from the entrance?
Do it.
I think we need to. I think we need to.
I'd love
Yeah,
to.
and whether it goes against Board of Adjustment or not, I think we need to do it for safety.
I think there is also an argument for not trying to desperately make a condition on this and just say this, we don't have enough information. Just saying. We don't have to make a condition. We can
Fair,
just say,
that's fair.
this
They're
we
locked
don't have
into
enough
the Board of
information, you make
Adjustments.
a good choice here.
Condition at this point. Janie, in your expert opinion here, what are
I think
What
the-
are our
this-
options here?
I think this species limiting that should be fine, as long as you stick with the evergreen nature of what they were proposing, or in what the Board of Adjustment agreed to. I think making a condition that they be maintained in a certain width, I think at some point that gets kind of hard for our staff to enforce.
Yep.
And so that's just something that I think I'd want staff to also weigh in on, because they would be responsible for enforcing that.
And then we feel like a condition that speaks to pulling the vegetation back from the entrance would be in conflict with the Board of Adjustments.
I do.
I personally, not sure I care. I mean, I don't know that the Board of Adjustments considered that when they took that into account with their condition. I think it's the right thing to do here, and so whether it conflicts or not, I think it needs to happen, to Dave's point.
Okay. So, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the maintenance of it. This would be on the ownership's property, and so this wouldn't be city maintenance, it would be our responsibility.
Right. I was talking about any code violation. So if you were not to maintain it, it would end up being a code violation, which would then have to be enforced by our city staff. That's what I was referring to.
Well, I think for the width, if we just say for the plan reviewers, mature height can't encroach onto the sidewalk. That should capture everything, and they just need to be evergreen, and that's compliant with the Board of Adjustment. And then it's just pulling them back from the door or entry. Can we do that? Is it okay to put it on transportation and?
Yes, it is, and in fact, because I haven't completed that review yet, in terms of pulling the trees back from the actual exit, that, my mind's all over the place, I'm sorry, from the actual, from the, I'm sorry, I got a lot going on, from the actual egress of the driveway, Street Design Manual 12.6, site distance triangles, they're going to actually have to have that space so drivers can actually have a clear view as they exit that actual particular parking deck. Additionally, there's a note on site distance triangles that restricts any type of obstruction from 2 to 8 feet. So it would actually, even that actual particular tree type or species would not be allowed in that vision for drivers anyhow. Regarding the rest of that portion in terms of transparency, wouldn't want to have a condition that constricts what's already being approved by the Board of Adjustment. But ultimately, transportation can say, hey, provide a site distance triangle, provide vision for drivers as they're exiting the driveway, and ultimately that would take care of that. And I haven't had a chance to comment on that just yet because the plan is due tomorrow.
Thank you. Chris, does that satisfy you're solving for a problem that doesn't, sounds like it's naturally resolved, so.
And I think we can naturally resolve that we can approve that administratively, essentially.
Great.
And would that cover the part that the shrubs are not going to be into the sidewalk as well,
And
or that?
perhaps that can be conditioned so that there's no encroaching of the shrubs into the sidewalk.
Is that an issue?
Because that does become a further maintenance issue for city because those are in the right of way, from my understanding.
Is that not a city requirement as it stands? Like there are no,
Keeping clear of there are certain code requirements for keeping sidewalks clear, but I can't cite them exactly
You
right
know,
now.
what we don't want them to do is plant a tree that we know is going to be too big, that they're going to hack up. We just want to know mature height will not, or mature width will not encroach into the sidewalk.
that's fine.
Yeah.
So your condition, what you would want is a condition that the mature width of this species of tree planted will not encroach on the sidewalks.
Let me suggest we close the hearing, deliberate for a little bit, and get to kind of consensus on where we feel like we want to head with this. We're spending too much time on specific conditions. Do you have one more thing you want to say? Okay. Applicant, anything further that you'd like to say before we close the hearing?
None. Thank you.
Hearing no additional questions or presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. As a reminder, this commission is tasked with deciding if, based on the evidence presented, this proposal meets the applicable standards. This decision cannot be based on the personal preference of commission members, rather it is based on standards and evidence. If based on its deliberation, the commission requires additional evidence, the commission will reopen the hearing. Okay, there's a lot of different design alternate requests within this. So however you would like to approach it, generally helpful to start with the ones that may be most straightforward first and work from there.
Driveway spacing.
Okay. Kyle, you want to give us some thoughts on?
What's proposed, especially with Vince's input. I think we could move to approve that. Move to approve that with no conditions.
Dravia, do you have any concern with the driveway spacing?
Yeah, the only condition was to allow for two-way movement within the parking deck.
Is that within our purview?
Well,
Do we need to, how strongly do you feel about that?
Sorry, say that again?
How strongly do you feel about that as a?
If the issue is the traffic backing up, I'm just concerned that everyone's just going to back up on that parking deck. And I'm also concerned about back up on the Social Street intersection if it is a peak hour, and then no one can get out of that exit. So I just wanted them to be able to have options. And
Can I
not getting
clarify
stuck
what
in-
you're asking for? Are you asking for arrows going both ways on the concrete in the travel lanes all the way through? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Inside the parking deck.
Inside the
yeah.
parking deck.
Mhm.
Too narrow.
You're
Sorry,
asking
hold on
for.
hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're close.
Okay.
Is that something that's really in our purvey? Like, I don't know all the things about traffic. I wouldn't even be able to gauge if that's the appropriate response.
It's related to driveway spacing, safety, but
Casey, could you flip the PowerPoint to get us to the driveway spacing findings?
What? I don't think it's in our purvey. I don't think we should be discussing.
I was just pulling that up. I'll say on the driveway spacing piece, might have initially started it. They're not a compelling reason for there to be that exit, but Mensa said it doesn't significantly impact the functionality or safety of that frontage in order to put it in, and it does offer relief within the parking deck in terms of egress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in terms of placement, they've put it dead in the middle, 150 feet either direction versus 200. It's somewhat reasonable in that regard of trying to minimize the amount of impact with it.
Yeah, it looks like it was designed as an ingress and egress, and then they got told that they couldn't do ingress and egress, and then they just left it. Because it doesn't really make sense the way it's designed, but like you said, it doesn't really. I mean, if the city thinks it's a good idea and it's safe, I don't know, Shravya, what do you think?
I'm still not fully convinced the need for it.
No,
Yeah.
it seems, yeah. But does it, how does that fit with our findings here?
In some ways, that break in the green wall actually is a degree of architectural interest
It
in and
helps, yeah,
otherwise.
the giant green.
Kyle, you started us on one that's not.
I thought it would be. I'm sorry.
We can keep moving.
Yeah, I'm not going to die on that hill, but it just doesn't seem, I just don't understand why they're doing it. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at the intents here, I can see it both ways. If that's something you feel very strongly about, I do feel like, the testimony we heard to address whether it increases or compromises safety, that was addressed. But
I'm good to move forward as is then.
I would say personally, I would prefer not to weigh into the function and interior circulation of the deck.
I agree with that.
I kind of agree with you there. And looking on Chris's screen here in the drive aisle, there where it does become one way, that width shrinks down to under 16 feet, which I think it would be hard to accommodate 2 lanes of vehicles moving in opposite direction and still make that corner. As they're trying to turn around what I'm assuming is a shear wall in that parking garage.
Sheet are you looking at?
Chris, if you could.
A101. It's 40 of our PDF.
Just to take a half step back while we're talking about this, I think it's been a while since we've seen a case exactly like this. We used to see a number as a commission having kind of interior facing multi-phase development where the public streets were the primary streets that happened to be the back of house. And that caused a lot of conflict for us in trying to meet with the intent. And that's the issue we have here of, the parking deck and the loading dock and other things being along the frontages that are within our purview.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think if they allow the two-way movement, they would have to adjust that spacing. So It's
Say
24
that
feet.
again?
If they make it work for two directions, if they would have to adjust that.
They'd have to move that light wall, the shear wall at the end, yeah.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Which probably goes all the way up.
Yep.
Which is why I would probably not want to get into a comment on
Yeah.
the functionality.
I'm
of
fine
the
with
deck
moving
inside.
without a comment then, yeah. I think the impact of it is much more significant than what I originally noticed, so, yeah.
Thank you. Any more thoughts on driveway spacing, or should we talk about parking deck screening?
Sure.
Chris?
I have no issue with the parking deck screening. I mean, I think the UDO requirements that, for the 40% open on our screening kind of hamstrings people, and it's really tough to meet just code minimums the way they wrote it. So I think they did about as best as they could to get a, 22% openness instead of, they have to be at 20% to not have mechanical ventilation. So they picked a 50% openness that gets them about as close as they can and still have that. So I have no concerns with the transparency on that.
Are there any other
big picture
approaches that would get to screening?
You end up with the same
Right.
percentage open no matter which way you go.
And the big picture, at least for me, not an architect, is that we don't have light spillage coming out of the building, and we don't get to see the backs or fronts or sides of vehicles. And I feel like they presented reasonable evidence that that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate the detail of the light with the shroud around the light to keep light from spilling out of the deck too. So
Let me ask this. Oftentimes, when we see a large relief requested, not just for the specific design alternate, but in the cases like this, that'll often become a bit of a recurring thing that comes back to us of, this was something that was approved in this case and it sets the precedent. I'm comfortable with that, knowing that, we have the current language.
I am, and like I said, I would not be surprised to see more come before us.
So you're happily opening Pandora's box?
Yeah, yes. I mean, we might need a text change to the text change at the end of the day.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to think of the parking deck examples of why that text change got here. And it was, I ride by one all the time, and it's the fact that you see all the cars in the parking deck
But what made them land at 40, right?
Yeah.
40 is not going to screen them much more than 50. And 50 is going to let you meet building code.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Any other thoughts on parking deck screening?
Nope.
Okay. Let's do massing, which I think maybe
The easiest
is
one?
the easiest, yes.
Sorry. I have no objections to anything that's proposed. I feel like there's plenty of articulation architecturally that really break down the scale of this building. And the setback requirement, though it might not meet the intent, I think the parking garage being capped out at 8 and then the building being, behind that, I think it really does provide the intended relief that the UDO is looking for.
It's backwards, but yeah. But to your point, yes, I think they adequately addressed in their presentation some of the different treatments that were done or are existing in the design that speak to the two public streets that this pertains to. And holistically, there's articulation in the building that's helpful. It is backwards to my point around, orienting away from the street.
Yeah, it felt pretty straightforward to me. Well-made case.
Okay. Transparency. Thoughts on transparency? I think this is a tricky one for me. It's a pretty sizable relief requested from transparency as a result.
Yeah, that's true.
Very much so. I mean, I think I do get the point. I do get the argument that is being made, and I do applaud the design for trying to connect it to the park with the main entry, but I think that can be done without the detriment of other facades too. And my concern is to create a park that has this essentially fence around it of buildings that don't really allow you to see in, or doesn't really allow you to engage the park. So it's kind of turning your back on the city with a secret park in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, just like that other development that we saw, gosh, years ago, I think.
Years ago,
It was just
yeah.
completely inward facing and turned its back on the public streets. Yeah.
Casey, can you pull up the findings for transparency? Sorry. I wish we had a way to navigate ourselves so you don't have to. Okay, do we feel, particularly number 2 there, that the street-facing facades utilize enough architectural, artistic, or landscape treatments to create visual interest to offset transparency?
I mean, I think I would just go back to what I said earlier, which is I feel like we don't really have enough information, especially with the, as it relates to the landscape treatments, especially with the added complexity of the BOA requirement along Social Street. But that's my main feeling about it. I felt the same way in the last case too.
Adam, I kind of agree with you. Trying to get back to the landscape plan.
So is what we have in front of us today enough to feel good moving forward?
Right, because I mean, they're speaking of turning your backs on the city street, so along Benson, we've got 4 transformers that appear to be screened with just some plantings.
Yeah.
Come down a little further, then you've got I think another transformer recessed a little bit. So it's very utilitarian along the road.
Yeah, and I feel like the impression is, oh, well, we're doing this for ASR, but it's gonna be way better later on. And I just think that that's a really difficult precedent for us to approve, that you can kind of put whatever you want in your ASR. And I would, speak to the last case too. I mean, we saw like 3 different visualizations that didn't go along with each other for that one. But this one, the import of this one, because of the block scale, it's kind of like, can we see what you're really going to do? Specifically, on that social. What do you think, Dave? Claire?
I'm not clear on it, honestly. I don't understand all the number juggling on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I echo your sentiment, Adam. And the thing, thinking about the design intent of, the transparency requirement, which is to avoid a blank wall, right?
Yeah.
I think there is something about screening and putting, and this is maybe just my question as a new commissioner, but just putting then a green wall, which is nicer, but it's still, if we're looking for relief along a facade in terms of scale and design,
Yeah.
just like replacing it with something that's going to be crammed around the building is it's not always, which is just a comment in terms of design comments. It's just that's not, I don't necessarily see that as relieving the transparency issue as much. If there were pockets of planting, then I think that, to me, conceptually, would exemplify, would kind of be more faithful to the intent of the transparency.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, I think the intent of the transparency is to help pedestrians feel like they see activation on the inside of that building, different things happening throughout, and creating a giant 8-foot green evergreen wall that doesn't actually fit in the area that's planted doesn't, to me, meet that intent. Or at least as far as I can see it in this plan.
I have an issue with relying just on plants in general because they look fantastic the day that you put them in, and then 2 years down the line, they don't look good, and there's nothing that you can do about it. And then you still have the ugly wall or no attraction. So relying heavily on plants is not wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is tricky to me. Functionally, I feel like this is asking for almost complete relief with landscaping from transparency.
Yeah. And, I'm concerned about the BOA requirement. It sounds like they said an 8-foot evergreen shrub, which is just a really hard thing to put in and then have be successful in a 6-foot wide or a 7.3 foot wide space. I just having a hard time. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I sure would love to see it if we're going to approve it, like the actual what it's going to look like.
Yeah. And I think on Benson, I think we would benefit from more information about screening all of that equipment. I mean, those transformers make up about 25% of the length of that facade.
Yeah.
Just eyeballing it from the plan.
Yeah.
It really does become the building is turning its back
Yeah.
to Benson Street.
Yeah, but out.
I totally get that the loading of this, the transparency on this site is to address the park, and the park holistically is the potentially holistically better, design overall, but tricky within our stricture of findings to find that in there.
Yeah.
So on the Benson side, then, would be pushing for them to put transparency into the trash and pump room?
No.
I don't know what, I don't know what the solution is. I just don't know that I've got enough information to approve what I see. I don't know that there's enough architectural, artistic, or landscape treatments to create enough visual interest to offset the reduction of what we're talking about.
We're we'll get it. We'll get there.
So, yeah.
So we're saying the activity around the dog park is insufficient.
I would say that, yes, correct. Because you see how big the dog park is?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. That's
I mean, it's pretty small.
It's just that one spot right here.
All right.
I don't want to drag this out.
Yeah,
so,
we're dragging it out. Yeah.
What just sentiment from here from the group? Do we feel like we want to see, more specificity in the design? Want more time for that to happen? Or are we ready to move forward today? One way or the other.
I mean, I would need more information to approve it.
Yeah. I think we've done quite a bit of talking about this. I think, would everyone be on board with approving all but the transparency? And then we can talk to them about what we're looking for on the transparency when they come back.
Was there anything else with the driveway spacing? Potentially either change of materiality?
I don't think that we have much of a right to ask for much more. If if there's a grade change and there's the ADA strips, that's a change in materiality.
This is something we've.
It'd be nice. I mean, it'd be cool if it was, brick cladded entry, but I don't know that we can ask for that.
No, I don't want to be that specific.
And I think we've had cases where we're debating this before, where should we approve some, but not all, and let them come back, and we have said that we should table all of them and approve all of them at the same time later on.
Yeah.
I don't remember the reasoning behind that, and I don't know if anybody from staff can help shed a light.
Sometimes.
Yeah, we can. You want to open it up and see what they want to do?
Any further thoughts from the commission right now, or we've said enough? Okay, let's open the hearing back up. I'd love to hear from the applicant.
We would prefer if the conditions and variances that you're comfortable with approved now, and that we would just address any ones that you would want to further discuss at a later date. But what we could do in reference to the transparency along Benson, as you noted, we don't want to put glass on a loading dock. But if we offered a condition where we put artwork along that facade and added additional lighting interests, again, something that would address landscaping, and it's something that would be a little bit more permanent. Would that be a condition you would consider to add some kind of aesthetic condition for any kind of blank walls or lack of transparency?
It's possible. I would say in the past, us making motions versus having it be but more holistically designed is tricky.
I mean, I think that all that stuff sounds great, and it'd be really good to see that when you come back for the transparency alternate with more information on Social Street, and it'll be an easy win for you.
I think there's so much.
Do we have the
potential
ability-
for change, with the transparency argument that could impact the screening in the
Yeah.
parking deck?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so if we make a decision now, we may just have to change that decision later, because now, the totals don't add up to be the same. As far as the 50% works because of a certain reason.
Yeah.
In that
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
But that may no longer.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
What was that point?
He's basically just saying, if you change something on the facade, on the building facade, that affects our feelings about the landscape screening, and we really just need to kind of see it all, instead of trying to condition our way out of it.
Yeah, with, accurate information.
Yeah.
Like accurately depicted.
So I don't mind. So it sounds like they're interested in us approving what we can approve and continuing the transparency.
I will get that confirmed, but yes.
Sounds great.
What do you have for us?
So I think we're going to let the applicant discuss the alternative between having you all decide on the 3 versus all of them tonight. It has to do with the application having to be refiled and the fees being paid again.
So just to re-articulate that for the record, we're prepared to, of course, vote on all the design alternates requested. Sounds like we feel we still need to vote on it, but we'd feel positive on several of the design alternates. And we're prepared to vote on the last one, but would also give you the option of continuing all of the design alternate cases or some of the design alternate requests. And we could provide much more specificity of what we would be hoping to see with that additional time.
Question for either anybody from the city. If all but one is approved tonight, say for transparency, does that mean that we have to submit a new application and wait 2 months?
So I think you would be subject to the time frame.
We would set a date, you
It
would
would
continue to a
reset
date
the-
certain, so we could set it to September 5th, we could set it to a date of your choosing to our consent.
If you continue the entire case, but if they move forward with the few that,
Okay.
and then they withdraw the other, the transparency, they would then have to refile that case, and we'd have to start, the time clocks would start
I didn't realize
again.
they were bound to each other that way, that you couldn't move forward with some and continue.
That you couldn't, what, I'm sorry,
I just didn't realize that was the case, that you couldn't.
so they'd have to start all over again with the transparency.
Okay.
Yeah. If we did add a condition for artwork and lighting tonight, would it?
I think we would, I don't want to speak for the commission, I think it would be a little bit uncomfortable for this group to do that via motion versus seeing it a bit more clearly. And I think some of the other desired additional detail here is more specificity on the landscaping plan specifically. And I'm seeing head nods, so. It's not necessarily put a mural on this and transparency solved.
So just to recap, we could defer all of these to September. We could approve all but one tonight, but we can't get back until November?
Is it 90 days, Casey?
So to file a new case, it has to be filed at least 60 days in advance of the meeting that you would be hoping to meet. So the filing deadlines, because the meetings are at the beginning of the month, they're towards the end of the 2 months prior, right? So there's a filing deadline on Friday, I think, if I have my dates correct, for the October meeting.
Yep.
So it'd essentially be 90.
Yeah, yeah, as long as there's not any,
I think that's what they'll do. Keep running into this issue of plans in flux. Yeah. Only we had an early review.
I think we want to defer all decisions tonight, come back September 5th,
Okay. I think that.
if that's the will of the commission.
I think that is totally acceptable. Do you have any questions for the commission in terms of, clarity around, what additional detail might be
So
helpful?
we are looking for more specificity in the landscape plan, and that is with regards to, is it plant type, plant location, plant height, plant width, all the above?
I'm going to lean in on the landscape architecture, what level of detail they need to get to.
We recognize this is ASR, right? We don't want a construction plan from you all, but we do, I think it's really important, not all projects are the same. And this one has a really big parking garage facade on Social Street that is really just using landscape in a very narrow strip as the thing that we're using for the design alternate findings. And so for me, Social Street, and specifically how you're using the landscape treatments to meet your design alternates, needs to be figured out enough, especially considering the Board of Adjustment condition that you have on it, to be reasonably understood from a landscape architecture perspective. Can it actually happen? How is it happening? I think that's not specific, but it should be enough for you guys to get there. I think you've heard us say a lot about it tonight, so.
Yeah, I would echo that same thing for Benson too, to just understand more about how those transformers are planned to get screened, what we're going to see at the end of the day, what plantings go around them, how close are they, how tall do they get, things like that. And then if there is anything else that you think is going to be necessary to lend visual interest and do everything that the findings require us to check off the box to prove whether it's a mural or something else.
Yeah.
Not to be cryptic about that, but I think we've run into situations like this before, and applicants can come back having fully committed to a particular thing that you might not have been the intent of the group. So, some optionality there is definitely helpful.
Okay. Mike, does that all sound?
We'll provide a plan that calls all the plantings, and I think what we should also do to give more clarity is to provide some cross sections through there, so you can see those spaces. I think that'll help than just the elevation. So we'll add those as well to give you at different sequences, not just like one.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Multiple spots on Benson, so you can see the transformer, you can see the dollar relationship. Same is true on Social Street. Just give you a better.
Yeah. That sounds great. And if you are going to do renderings, I'd encourage you to make sure the renderings are accurately reflecting the plans and the plants and the installations.
So sometimes we get plans and renderings that don't match, which is hard to act on.
Yeah.
From a architectural perspective for transparency, I feel like we've touched on the artistic and the landscaping treatments. From an architecture perspective, given that it is a parking garage, are there any features, treatments, styles that maybe this commission wants to see to, like we said, kind of mitigate the lack of transparency given the function of that area?
I'll speak for the group. I don't know that we'll design it, but there were things even that were referenced tonight that are helpful, of things of architectural interest that were referenced, that if those can be made more clear, I think that's helpful.
Yeah, and I'll point out Kat's point that I think is great. That is, you could use architectural treatments along with your landscape treatments and do less landscape and some architecture, and we would probably be amenable to that.
This is a, we're already getting the parking deck screening because this is atypical, parking decks, also the active frontage too, but. Is that helpful?
I would think so.
Does that conflict with the BOA?
Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
What are you saying, Jane?
On Social Street, it does, but. if we're
Yeah, I
talking-
just, the BOA requirement. It's gotta be all evergreen plants as they showed it in the elevation.
Fair. I think being able to see the result of the BOA commitment is helpful too.
Okay.
And have that clarity. Okay.
Anything else that we need? All right.
So your continuance to September 5th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. RTN, if we can get going again, I'll now call the meeting back to order and call for DA 8, 2024. Casey, if you could present the case. And just as a note here, we have now 7 commissioners that will be voting on this case, so I'll put it to the applicant. You need 5 affirmative votes in order to have a design alternate approved. Would you like to proceed forward tonight?
We're okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this subject property is located at the northwest corner of Park Lake Avenue and Edwards Mill Road with the address of 4501 Edwards Mill Road. The property is zoned commercial mixed use, 7 stories, conditional use. The applicant is proposing to construct a 1-story general building for future commercial use and associated surface parking. They've requested 4 design alternates. A design alternate to locate the service area in front of the proposed building along Edwards Mill Road. An alternate for relief from the protection of the entire critical root zone of each existing street tree. And then design alternates from the street cross-section requirements along Park Lake Avenue and along Edwards Mill Road. The service area screening regulations require that service areas be located to the side or rear of buildings and be screened from adjacent properties and right-of-way. They must also be screened by a solid wall and gate at least 6 feet tall. The landscaping requirements are intended to provide meaningful and well-designed screening and buffering. Existing trees that meet the applicable UDO requirements may be preserved in order to satisfy landscaping requirements. And one of those criteria is that the entire critical root zone of each existing tree be protected. So for those two design alternates, the solid waste service area and the critical root zone of the existing street trees, there's these 4 findings that are applicable to both of those design alternate requests. And then the city has multiple street cross-section types that to reflect the character of different areas in the city and provide adequate travel lanes for vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians. Again, they're requesting design alternate for both of the streets that the building fronts on. And there are 6 design alternate findings have to be met in order to grant those street cross-section requests. With that, I will mention that Mensa Webb from our transportation department is also here to address any questions you have in that regard. And if you don't have any questions for me, then I'll hand it over to the applicant.
Thank you. If you would come forward, and obviously thank you for your patience and sticking with us this evening. As much as you can hit the points that need to be hit and judiciously as possible on time, much appreciated.
I think we can expedite this one for you all because we're not going to talk about transparency. Good evening, everybody. I'm Colin McGrath with Pointer Sproul, 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1900. Here tonight on behalf of Highwoods in connection with this request involving 4 design alternates for the parcel known as Glen Lake 1. The commission, I assume, has some at least level of familiarity with the Glen Lake Office Park. This is generally, I guess, south up the hill from Crabtree Valley Mall as you head towards Blue Ridge. A real quick overview because it will inform a couple of the design alternates here. Highwoods has an extensive history with Glen Lake. It began development of the office park in the early to mid 2000s. It's been developed over a number of years, including Glen Lake 3, which is in the aerial, it's the newly constructed building right there at Edwards Mill, and Park Lake across the street from the triangular site that's 4501. Throughout the whole development process, Highwoods has maintained the same street network and street trees that were established when the development began. Just very quickly, you can see from the aerial that those features, continue throughout the site from Park Lake almost, another aerial will show it throughout the entire site. But it's some of those features that we're here to see what we can do to carry forward. Over the last couple of years, Highwoods has sought to amenitize the office park, both for folks within the park and some of the residential communities. And to that end, 4501, again, the triangular site was rezoned to CX7 CU back in early 2022. That occurred to give us a little more flexibility for some standalone, either retail or restaurant space. And that's exactly what the ASR proposes, a one-story, as Casey mentioned, restaurant building with some limited parking, all of that governed by zoning conditions. So in the course of that site plan review, obviously the 4 things we're here tonight to talk about came up. I'm going to break one of them off because 3 are related. The first one we'll talk about, and by the way, part of expediting this, most of the facts we're going to talk about are in the materials themselves. So my plan is to just kind of run through that quickly. Our entire team is here, including our engineer and arborist, if the commission has questions. But the first thing that came up is the location of the service area. In the site plan review comments, staff has interpreted the requirement that the service area be located to the side or rear of the building as being behind a line that is parallel with the right-of-way. You know, we understand that. Respectfully, we might read the UDO a little bit differently, but we were here on the other request, so we brought this one as well. But what that interpretation does here is it pushes the service area, which is located down the Edwards Mill frontage, pretty substantially into a very large berm at the rear of the site. So if the service area were located behind the line that staff has suggested, it would require pretty substantial cuts into this natural berm and essentially a 10 to 12-foot retaining wall. That retaining wall, when we're talking about the screening requirements, draws attention to the service area, while all the other UDO requirements look for ways to draw attention away from service areas. It also presents in our view, a fairly significant safety hazard. You know, having a 12-foot retaining wall along a buffer that's shared with residential property. So the first design alternate request is just to locate the service area behind a line that is parallel with the face of the building, as you see here. You know, what's really making the difference here is the curvature of Edwards Mill Road. But when we carry that service area forward, we avoid the 10 to 12-foot retaining wall. We also are able to angle the service area further into the site if placed where staff has suggested the gate, the business end, would be facing directly onto Edwards Mill Road, which, you know, the entire service area will be screened as required. We're not asking for a design alternate from the screening, just the location. But even with a UDO compliant gate, that's probably not the best look. I'll also note the landscape plan that is in the staff report also makes clear that we're going to have some trees and some vegetative screening on the Edwards Mill side of this service area. So just briefly, the proposed location, ran it by GFL, who's going to provide service. They have no issues there as well. So the request is really to help us preserve the existing berm, avoid an attention-grabbing retaining wall, and the safety concerns that come with that. So again, very quickly, the four standards consistent with the intent of the landscape and screening regulations. You know, the intent there is to provide meaningful, well-designed screening for service areas and these kind of features. You know, we believe the proposed alternate does that by angling the service area into the site, so the gate is not as visible from the right-of-way or sidewalk. And it avoids the, you know, placing a 12-foot backdrop behind the service area, which again just draws attention. As far as the comfort and safety of pedestrians, where this is located on the site, frankly, either location is not expected to see a lot of pedestrian traffic or potential conflict, but where the design alternate really moves the ball here is in, again, avoiding having the natural berm broken by that potentially 12-foot retaining wall. As far as architectural, artistic, or landscaping treatments to create visual interest, you know, as we noted, as the plans show, you know, the service area itself will be screened as required by the UDO around three sides. It'll have a gate on the front. The landscape plan that's in your materials also shows some of the vegetative screening that will be added, and in addition, allowing this to kind of tuck a little more cleanly into the berm. You know, maintains the right kind of visual interest for a service area in our view. And so really for all of those reasons, we think this is equal or better than the standard. Of course, our team is here and happy to answer any questions about that. But then we'll shift gears and start talking a little bit about trees. The next three requests dealing with the potential for critical root zone impacts, as well as the two street cross sections, all are driven by some existing trees that are on these properties, or excuse me, on this property. Those trees go back to almost as long as Highwoods has owned and operated Glen Lake. And as Highwoods has added, including Glen Lake 3 across the street, it's always done what it could to preserve these mature trees that exist along the site. This is an excerpt from the landscape plan that's also in your materials. To backtrack a little bit, if you look to the service area, you can see some of what's planned for back there. But the next few pictures probably explain better than I could why we want to keep these trees. You know, we've got a series of mature, I think they're all elms of one variety or another, that line both Park Lake and Edwards Mill. Again, they've been there for probably close to 20 years at this point, fully mature. The problem is that no matter how we've tried to design the site to take advantage and obtain credit for these trees, there's not much that can be done to avoid all potential tree disturbing activity in the critical root zone of these trees that the UDO would require. So in speaking with staff, we were kind of presented with two options for a code compliant street tree arrangement. The first, of course, was to tear these down and put something new there when we're done. And the second was to keep these trees but supplement with enough trees to meet the code requirements, which would essentially require us to put young, immature trees right between what exists today. And, you know, for a variety of reasons, mostly aesthetic, mostly, you know, preserving the investment that Highwoods has made over 20 years in the established network, we don't really believe either are palatable options. Just very quickly, this is the Park Lake, looking up Park Lake on the left, the same side from right about where the proposed sidewalk will be. We can start to see why maybe planting trees between those might not be the best idea. We've got pretty extensive shade cover, which is exactly what we want from our street trees. And the same issue on the Edwards Mill side. This is looking across from the middle of the site to Edwards Mill, and the same view where we see large canopies, plenty of shade, right where we want it, where the proposed sidewalks are going to go. So given that what we have on the site is better than the two options that were presented, what we're asking for is this. It's for relief from the prohibition on tree disturbing activity within the critical root zones so that we can get credit for these trees for purposes of meeting the UDO requirements, but that we do it in connection with an arborist who's here and has looked at those trees if the commission has questions, and essentially put them under a tree care plan. Now, the tree care plan would, you know, it comes at a later stage once all our drawings are done and probably even after some construction activity is ongoing, but it would provide guidance on what, in the arborist's view, would be required to preserve these trees. Now, why we think this is, you know, at least as good, if not better than the code requirement, is that the UDO, of course, would require us, if such a plan is unsuccessful, to replace the tree anyway. So, you know, kind of in our view, the best case scenario, we have a care plan that works and that's followed, and these trees survive. But the worst case, we end up with a UDO compliant street tree plan. This isn't something we drew up for the purposes of tonight. It's actually something that Highwoods has tested and has done just across the street at Glen Lake 3. So the picture on the left is looking up Lake Rim, and the picture on the right is looking back up Park Lake towards Creedmoor Edwards Mill. The trees on the left were never part of a care plan. Those were just replaced in the construction of Glen Lake 3. But the trees on the right did have some potential impacts during the construction process. They were put under a care plan. I believe we're at the end or out of that care plan. And we've sort of tested this method of tree preservation in this particular development. I will note, just to head off the question, Glen Lake 3 did not require a design alternate because that sidewalk already existed. But we're here on the front end across the street because those sidewalks aren't in place. So this is the broader aerial that I mentioned. We can see just from the aerial, the very established pattern of street trees through Glen Lake. No matter which direction you come into the office park, it has a very unique and established feel, and that's the feel that we're trying to preserve. The only place within the park that you really don't see that is that north or west side of Lake Rim that we just saw, where it wasn't possible to avoid there. But turning back to 4501, after consultation with the arborist, we think it's not just possible to save these trees, but in fact likely. And again, Mr. Joyner is here if there are specific questions about those details. Just very quickly, consistent with the intent of the landscape and screening regulations, we are preserving, frankly, in a lot of ways, we're skipping a step. We're jumping straight to having mature trees on site. We also have a meaningful and well-designed pattern throughout the office park that will be continued if the design alternate were allowed. As far as the comfort and safety of pedestrians, again, this tree pattern throughout Glen Lake and its relationship to sidewalks and all of the pedestrian and vehicle traffic is well tested out there. No impacts to comfort or safety, certainly not negative impacts, are really anticipated. And as far as the architectural, artistic, or landscaping treatments that create the visual interest, I guess everybody can look at this differently, but our view is that keeping these mature, healthy trees wherever possible is far more visually interesting than replacing them all with young trees. And then we already hit on the equal or better than the standard. The primary pitch, to the extent there is one, is that this really is, from everyone but Highwood's standpoint, a no-risk proposal. If it's successful, everybody wins and we keep the mature trees. If it's not, we'll have a UDO-compliant street tree arrangement as the code already requires. So, with that, we certainly think we've satisfied the findings. And again, Mr. Joyner is here because I've just about exhausted my tree knowledge here. Before we call it, though, talking about the trees, the same concerns drive the street cross-section relief. We have both a conflict with the existing street trees that coming in and putting the UDO compliant cross sections would essentially guarantee we have to pull those trees. But more broadly, it would also require a very different street cross section than exists throughout the rest of the park. Even on Glen Lake 3, which was just recently developed. And here's a bit more detail of the cross section that we're proposing as an alternate. So with the commitment to keep the trees, one of the things that Highwoods has done here is start to move things that would have otherwise gone in the right-of-way onto the site. So the sidewalk, for example, instead of being placed in the right-of-way, is to the inside of the property line. What that does is it gives us a little bit of a additional buffer for those trees with something that, while, yes, it will technically disturb the critical root zone, we're talking about a sidewalk and not, for example, utility easement, where we've got a much deeper impact. The utility placement easement would then go further inside the sidewalk, which Mr. Joyner can discuss if there are questions, and how that mitigates the impact on the critical root zones of those trees, which we see shown on these plans. And then on the other side of that would just be our parking screening, landscape parking screening. This is, again, the same or similar cross-section that exists throughout the park. It provides that continuity. one of the intents of the cross-section requirements are to identify or to link street typology with the character of an area. It gets a little hyper-specific, but if you drive through Glen Lake, it sort of has its own character and it has its own established sort of street cross-section out there. So those two requests are for complete relief from the Avenue 2 lane divided, which is Park Lake, and Avenue 2 lane undivided, which is this Edwards Mill side. Just very briefly, I touched a bit on some of the intent behind the street cross-section regulations, sort of linking street typology with area character. It's worth noting that a UDO compliant cross-section here would not only, severely impact the trees, but it would also really be an outlier. We'd have, a transition from the neighborhood into a certain type of cross-section that doesn't exist anywhere else in the park, and it would essentially stop with this site. The approved design alternate does not increase congestion or compromise safety or create maintenance responsibilities for the city. Transportation can address directly if there are any questions. Highwoods, in presenting this, didn't hear any concern about this design alternate, either from a congestion or safety standpoint or from a maintenance responsibility. In a lot of ways, it creates a simpler right-of-way than the UDO would require, potentially keeping some maintenance requirements down. As the plan that's in your agenda material shown, this has been designed and certified by a professional engineer. Won't impact stormwater collection and conveyance. Again, we're keeping the same type of cross-section that exists throughout the park. It's tested. Again, we've also not heard any concerns about stormwater. And then the reasonableness due to the specific conditions listed in the ordinance. I think we satisfy a number of those, including the not physically feasible because we're transitioning from a different street section. Again, we've got sort of an established pattern out there, a cross section to nowhere. It doesn't really meet any of the UDO goals. And also we're talking about a development that is almost 1 million square feet of office that's all owned and operated by the same owner. It's not property that is expected to be redeveloped anytime soon. And finally, we also think there are some burden of compliance issues. Again, with the cross-section for this small lot within the much larger park, being unique, we don't believe that compliance is really reasonable in light of what the goal here is, which is to provide the amenities. I have flown through that as fast as I could fly through it, but I don't want to let that translate into not answering any questions. So our whole team is here. We're more than happy to go through anything y'all might need.
Great. Thank you. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak on that? Seeing none. Any questions from the commission? I got one quick one. So with regard to the maintenance plan, that's a condition that we would need to are you suggesting the arborist care plan, or is that something that is already attached to this?
So the challenge of making that a condition is that we don't know exactly what that is. We can do a condition that we consult with an arborist. We can certainly include and would offer a condition that, we work with an arborist to, at the appropriate stage, develop and then implement under the arborist supervision a care plan. Mr. Joyner, if there are questions about why we can't commit to specifics, can address those now. But, a condition that requires us to do that, we're happy to.
Okay. Yeah, I don't love making conditions, but you mentioned that as a element of this. So
maybe if I can suggest, maybe the simpler way to do it is, Highwoods understands that the tree care plan is vital to the survival of the trees.
Sure.
if the trees don't survive, we have to replace them. So frankly, whether it's a condition or not, we're going to do the care plan. And I think sort of the enforcement mechanism, like a condition would be, is in the UDO's requirement to replace the trees if we're unsuccessful. So that might be.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, the reason why you're requesting a design alternate for this, does staff have an issue with that potential method of approach or concerns with that, or was it outside of administrative approval and that's why we're here today?
Yeah.
I'm going to need to swear you in.
Yeah, Mr. Emerson dealt with staff.
Jeff Emerson with Highwoods, 150 Fayetteville Street here in Raleigh.
And, sorry, I got to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So we had a couple meetings with Transportation, Menso as part of that, and planning, as well as the, I'm going to call him the town arborist, but I know he's got a better name than that.
Urban forestry.
Urban forestry, thank you. And so Transportation and planning were fine with the cross sections per the meeting, and they kind of left it to urban forestry in terms of, and so they didn't really elaborate on yes or no. They pointed to the UDO and said critical root zone, and that's kind of how they left it, and said you need to come here. So that's why we're here. So they didn't say yes or no to what our plans were.
Okay. And then I've got a fast question, Mensa, for you. Is there any, just to be consistent here, any concern on behalf of transportation with regards to the street cross section? Any concerns with regards to pedestrian vehicle safety with regards to different cross section here? Any concerns on behalf of the city that aren't addressed?
Transportation has no concerns.
Okay, great.
I think it was laid out, want to maintain the character, the continuity, ultimately looking to maintain. They're developing the fourth corner of three corners already developed in there. I'm perfectly okay with it.
Wonderful.
While you're up there.
I don't have any concerns about safety for pets, for bikes. The right-of-way dedication is there. They're updating the curb ramps, and they're also putting in a transit shelter.
Okay,
great. While you're up there, can you just describe the difference in the two cross sections for us? I don't think we saw any graphics, and I'm just trying to get clear on, is it smaller? Is it bigger?
The two cross sections will actually be larger, and one of the cross sections would require a wider. I hope I'm going the right way. A wider. They'll require essentially a sidewalk and a bike lane behind the curb. As Avenue 2-lane undivided, that's what's going to be on Park Lake. Right now, there's already existing, there's not existing sidewalk, but ultimately it does bring this overall development out of character. Ultimately, if we have the 6-foot wide sidewalk, it's the same thing across the street. It connects to Edwards Mill Road. Ultimately, transportation would be fine with that. I don't see the cross sections.
Yeah, I can.
There's just one clarifying question on that. So the code would call as a 2-lane undivided that there be a behind the curb bike lane? No.
Yes, and there's currently cycle track or bike lanes on Park Lake right now. I believe there's width for bike lanes on Park Lake right now. Thank you, Casey.
Okay. Adam, you look like you have a question.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, that's all I have for Mensa.
Any other questions for Mensa? Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I had some questions for the arborist.
Okay.
Go ahead. Also.
Oh, okay, same thing.
Probably. Go ahead.
We got a question for the, oh, there you are. Name, relation to the case, address.
Joe Joyner, Associate Consultant, Davie Resource Group, 3101 Poplarwood Court, Suite 120.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I assume you have done an assessment of these trees Is that the case? You were the arborist that did the assessment of the trees. Do you know what species of elm they are? Chinese elm?
The majority of them are Chinese elm, and 3 of them are Zelkovas.
Okay, so no issues with Dutch elm disease in the future. Do you know about what age they are?
That's difficult to tell, but if they...
Let me rephrase it. Where in their life are they? They're not at the end of their life, right?
No, I would call them established. You know, I mean, if I had to place a number on it, maybe installed 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, probably lived another 10 years before that in the nursery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I saw on the plan that this proposed sidewalk comes pretty close to some of the trunks of these, of some of the elms or Zelkovas, which would, be impacting 50, 40-some% of their critical root zone. And knowing that, a lot of the water finding roots of these trees are at the top 6 to 8 inches of the soil, we know we're going to cut those, putting a sidewalk in your professional opinion, what would be a good care plan for that? And is there a manageable care plan for removing 40 to 50% of the water finding roots of a tree of this age and this species?
Right. We did 2 types of assessments. We did a visual inspection, tree health and condition assessment to just gauge the hardiness, how the trees were doing, and currently, as they were at the time of the assessment, all doing what I'd say good condition. And we also did a critical root zone impact analysis, as well as a structural root plate impact analysis. The structural root plate being a smaller circle emanating from the trunk of the tree, which is, in theory, to represent the structural integrity of the root plate. And based on the design plan alternate, it did not look like there was any impact to the structural root plates. And then for the critical root zone, if I remember correctly, I think there was only a couple of trees that exceeded the general rule of thumb, which the general rule of thumb is a 30% threshold. And once you get above that 30% is when survivability starts to decrease. The biological survivability starts to decrease, I guess, pretty significantly. And only a couple of the trees, 2 trees, I believe, were even above that threshold to begin with. So coming from that standpoint, we felt pretty positive about the potential results and success of the care plan. And so given that the trees are not going to have the structural root plate impacted per the design plan, and that, as you said, there are a couple of trees that might be just above that threshold of that 30%, we do think that based on the experience that we have, there was the test case across the street. I was not involved with that, so I don't have any percentages of impact there. But I don't know what they were, but based on that care plan, which was performed by Davy Tree, Davy Resource Group, we are a separate entity, but sister companies, I guess, that we think the plan would be successful. And a general plan would entail, the general care plan would entail first an arborist, if we're at the construction phase, an arborist being on site while the root disturbance is occurring. The arborist will either be there making proper clean cuts to the roots himself, or observing so, making sure they're done properly. There will be a soil amendments added back. And again, this is all general since I've only reviewed what the design plan is, right? So, and then, amend the soil, put it on maybe even some growth regulators to keep the tree from expending too much energy trying to grow, so it can actually use its energy reserves to, for lack of a better word, heal. Trees don't necessarily heal, but that's getting pretty in the weeds there. And then there'll be, some pruning done with that, most likely, and that pruning would not be anything substantial. It would just be there to, help improve the health of the tree. I know there's some philosophies out there that if you're removing a certain portion of the root system, you also want to thin the canopy as well, so that your tree is not trying to sustain too much canopy, since it's not taking up as much nutrients. Are taking up as much water and as it would otherwise. And then there's, I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head what else we've got going on there, but it would be pretty exhaustive. and it would continue a multiple, there would be a pest management aspect of that as trees are stressed or wounded, they put out signals, enzymes, that attract pests, and so they're more susceptible to other problems. So that'd be something that the proactive monitoring and care would, guard against.
That's great. Thanks.
When do you think the appropriate time in the project timeline to put the plan in place is?
For me, it's usually during the development of the landscape plan and before, construction documents are approved.
Okay, so would it be reasonable to make a finished plan, approval of your site plan contingent on having that plan in place or prepared, so everybody knew what we were doing?
That question might be better served for one of my colleagues.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yes, sir. During SPR, is that what would be the, is that what you're,
would
to
you have
clarify?
enough information to pull that plan together? So
Yeah, I mean, some of the discussions with Joe, like through the process have been, the plan is general until you're on site and you really understand once you survey where the sidewalk's going and really assess what you're dealing with there. And so there may be more extreme care versus, in some cases, less care. And so that's why we've been relatively general to this point. So I'm not sure how specific we can get until we actually are out there. I mean, not to say that we couldn't put together a generic plan around the outline of what Joe has discussed, but to be super specific about, all 16 trees, that they're all going to follow the same plan when some are, some may not need as much care.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to talk around it because we've paid for the trees, we maintain the trees, we want the trees, we're here, right? So we have a lot at stake on these trees and we want to do everything we can to preserve them.
Yeah, I get it. I support the general approach.
So we'll do
Just
whatever.
want to make sure we have something in place before the project is bid, so landscape contractor and site grading contractor all know what's happening.
And I would be acceptable for that being part of the SPR drawings.
Cool.
Any further questions from the commission?
I have a overall design question. Why is the parking in front of the building? Just thinking if you put the building closer to the street, then you wouldn't have to deal with the waste being visible. I'm sure there's a reason. Just wanted to hear it.
So that was a decision we went around a bit on back when the rezoning case was going on.
I got also help answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the specific customer who is looking to lease and we're building this for, their program is all celebrating the backyard. So they want to create a backyard. Okay, so in the back, I guess, in the back is where the natural area stays, and therefore, our original plan had all the parking in the back, and they moved it all to the front, just for that.
So it wasn't a UDO or a zoning requirement that made you put the parking
We have
in front?
we have a zoning requirement, but we meet the zoning requirement to allow this level of parking in the front.
Right.
Yeah. But it was kind of customer driven to bring that parking to the front. Plus, the retail people loved that, to see all that visual parking, right? So.
Okay. I'm not seeing any additional questions. Hearing no additional questions, presentation of relevant facts, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. If we need to, we'll reopen the hearing. So any thoughts on findings for our 4 design alternates?
Okay with the street section changes? Okay with the critical root zone impacts if the management plan comes with the SPR? What are the other two? Screening. definitely agree that holding it parallel to the right-of-way pushes it too far back into the site. So okay with the placement. Did we discuss how it's screened?
We didn't. It's fairly adequately shown in the plan.
They got 4 viburnums. Yeah.
There's a good amount of vegetation on the site, so.
I mean, certainly from a sustainability aspect, if they have to put the building behind the parking, I'd rather them put the dumpster where it is and plant some plants instead of build a giant wall.
Yep.
I feel, generally speaking, this is a good example of kind of our intent and purpose here of a equal to or better design here of trying to maintain the mature trees. So
Yeah.
I'm generally in favor of this.
Yeah. And, to go just say a little bit about the critical root zone, we haven't had a case like that before. And I think, what their legal representation said was right on is, why not? I mean, see if they live. If they don't, they have to replace them anyway. And, makes sense to me.
Yep.
I'm, a little skeptical about some of those that have the sidewalk right next to the trunk. Just constructability. I don't even know how you form that out, but see what happens.
Just, to the nuance of in the maintenance plan and whether that's a condition or a care plan and needed at this point, I do feel like it's somewhat self-regulating, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Without the care plan, the trees aren't going to be successful. So.
And the fact that this is all highwoods, it gives you the kind of security that they're going to do a good job anyway. So I don't have any problem approving all of these as presented, if you all agree.
Dave, Claire, anything? Good. Dave, on care plan, anything?
I would make it a condition of.
Oh, I think that was a good
site
idea.
plan.
That was a good idea.
Okay. Can you be more specific on what your exact condition would be?
The applicant shall provide a tree care plan prior to final approval of the site plan permit. That gives them to.
Yeah, I would say a tree care plan created and approved by a ISA certified arborist.
Yeah.
Just kind of advocate for.
Give Janie a second to write there.
Created and approved
By ISA certified arborist.
ISA certified.
And if you'll read that back to us, and then we'll open it to the applicant.
See if I can. Applicant shall provide a tree care plan created and approved by an ISA certified arborist prior to
Final approval.
Approval of the
Site plan.
Yeah.
site permit?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just say that the tree care plan is for all of the street trees that are, I mean, if you want some context for what the tree care plan is for, it's for the street trees, right? Not all the trees on the site, but just the street trees.
Helpful context.
Trees.
Any concern from a legal standpoint of enforceability with that, or does that seem?
I think I would like, I don't know if we have staff here to weigh in on it,
Well, they need to agree to it, but yeah.
but is that something reasonable that we can include within the site plan review process? Like, is that going to be caught within that?
Yeah, if it's a condition of approval, staff will be looking for that document as part of
Okay.
the SPR submittal.
Perfect. Okay. So let me read this one more time. Applicant shall provide a tree care plan created and approved by an ISA certified arborist for the street trees prior to final approval of the site permit.
And I'll open the hearing back up to,
Prior to final approval, I'm okay with that as long as we understand prior to final approval doesn't mean with the application, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm saying final approval.
But before we get a permit,
Yeah.
this has to be on the city's desk. Yeah, we're fine with that.
Everyone is comfortable with that condition? Your applicant feels comfortable agreeing to that as a condition?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Dave, would you like to make a motion here? You don't, well, probably good to reread it one final time, but
Do I have to say all the words?
no.
Motion.
I'll say the words.
Motion to approve all 4 adjustments with,
Design alternates.
or design alternates with the, what do we call that?
Condition.
Yeah, it's running long.
Which the condition is, the applicant shall provide a tree care plan created and approved by an ISA certified arborist for the street trees prior to final approval of the site permit.
Okay.
Second.
Motion is made by Dave and seconded by Commissioner Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, final case on the agenda tonight is DA 9, 2024. Same deal. Obviously, we're pushing 8:30. We'll just ask the applicant at this point. We still have 7 commissioners. Obviously, needed 5 votes of approval to move forward. Do you feel comfortable moving forward tonight? Okay. Casey?
All right, so this project you have seen before, not for this request, so I will try to be brief. So it's located at the southwest corner of West Street and Hargett Street. It's the Rust Bus project at 200 Southwest Street. It's zoned downtown mixed use, 40 stories, conditional use. They're looking to do a mixed use development here with the transit station, residential, commercial, structured parking. They are requesting 2 design alternates. They're both related to lighting. One is to allow up to 10 foot candles of light along the Southwest Street right-of-way line and to allow up to 6.5 foot candles of light along the West Hargett Street right-of-way line. So the UDO sets forth a maximum of 2.0 foot candles of light at the right-of-way of a street. And it also requires that lighting not direct glare or excessive illumination onto adjacent properties, streets, or sidewalks. And for lighting, there is just one finding to be met in order to grant the design alternate. So, in the interest of time, I will hand it over to the applicant, unless you have questions for me.
Hi, everybody, and I'm going to zip through this. I do have 2 consultants here as well. Amanda Bambrick, Morningstar Law Group again. I do want to place our application materials and additional materials into the record. I have 2 letters that y'all need copies of. One is from our lighting consultant, and one is from Kinley Horn, the project engineer. And then I would like to call down Ross Massey. He is the project engineer. I believe he can speak to the role Kinley Horn actually played at Swift Partners, and Paul Whitaker, who is a lighting designer at Schuler Shook. So can I hand these up to you?
Okay, while that's being distributed, if you'll name relation to the case and address, please.
So Ross Massey with Swift Partners, 424 South Dawson Street, Raleigh. Civil engineer for the project, 35 years experience in the world of municipal and land development civil engineering.
Great, and if you'll do the same, and I'll swear you both.
Paul Whitaker with Schuler Shook, 219 Main Street Southeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm the lighting designer for the project. I have 20 years with Schuler Shook.
Great. And do you both swear or affirm that the testimony you'll provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so here is the current orientation where we are in the ASR. Obviously, you can see West and Hargett, which are the 2 focuses of our hearing this evening, obviously with respect to the measurement of foot candles at the right-of-way line, which I'm going to show you, and which these gentlemen are going to discuss a little bit more. Obviously, the parcel to the immediate south here is the Union Station Plaza, owned by the city of Raleigh, who's the only direct neighbor here. So here you go. This is basically the most context that I hope that you're going to need. So the area that you can see in yellow are essentially, they are right-of-way. So they are governed, they're not limited, they are governed by the encroachment process and agreements that developers engage with the city of Raleigh. The area in blue, which Ross is going to discuss in a little more detail as well, are also not limited as they are on the site. Essentially, the brown line here is essentially the right-of-way line that is pulled in by this particular slight quirk, I believe, in the ordinance. So essentially, what we're dealing with is the line of measurement that we're worried about is really only specific to this very narrow sort of brown line situation. And I believe this was identified in a follow-up assessment that came kind of through the staff. As you can see here, rather larger lighting fixtures that project into the right-of-way are fairly common, particularly in the downtown corridors. This project even, itself will have multiple lightings and awnings and things that you can see from this photograph that will project essentially into the right-of-way and are not subject to the same standard that's at that right-of-way line. So it's a standard that for the downtown setting produces a bit of what I would call a peculiar outcome. It's 1.75 acres of very activated space. It is possible in some scenarios where this is a photograph we located of a much, much larger parking lot situation where you may actually be a little more concerned about what the lighting looks like at the actual right-of-way line, but it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense sort of in the downtown context, which we have more information on and will present next. Obviously, the finding here requires that the approved alternative does not substantially negatively impact the comfort and safety of adjacent tenants, owners, or pedestrians. As I mentioned, the adjacent property owner is the city of Raleigh. We've been working obviously very extensive with them to get this project, out of the ground. As you'll see next, the lighting is very similar to other downtown and warehouse district locations, like Moore Square. We believe there's a very strong safety case here. We want to make sure that we're able to adequately and safely light the entrance to the bus station facility and to provide sort of a well-lit passage between the bus station and the rest of the property. I'm going to turn these slides over now that were produced with Ross and Paul kind of in conjunction with one another and Kimley Horn to sort of talk about why it actually really matters to this case.
So in this location, or this plan, before you see the site plan with the Isolux overlay showing the fixtures. These fixtures are the building mounted fixtures. Some of them are canopy mounted. Essentially, the fixtures circled in green are located in the right-of-way and are governed by the encroachment process. The ones that are in question, circled in blue, are the ones that we're here to kind of talk about and ask for an exception for the increase in elevated lighting. So you can see that even though they're in the canopy, if they're in the right-of-way, it's part of the encroachment process and not part of this request. So in an effort to kind of provide a comparison as to what the existing conditions are for similar situations, we took light meter readings in the evening between the hours of 9 and 10 p.m. This happened to be this past Saturday, so it's fairly recent. All these measurements are ground level measurements as required by the UDO. And so these measurements show the relative light levels at key locations. Specifically, we looked at intersections where you would look at for pedestrian safety. We looked at the city plaza, which is to the south. You can see light levels on the plaza itself kind of in that 6 to 5 range. You also see the parking deck entries here to the Dillon, where those were at 5.5 and 5.6, so slightly elevated to kind of highlight the entry to the decks. You also see the Weaver Street grocery entry with an elevated level of 10.4, but you can also see that the light levels dissipate pretty quickly when you get to the intersections away from those building entrances. For additional comparison, the other transit center in the downtown area is the Moore Square Station, adjacent to the Moore Square Park. This design is a little bit unique in that it's got buses that kind of enter and go through the middle, and they have a T intersection for egress as well. What you'll notice is that the entry points are close to the 2 to 1.5 foot candle range, so more on the lighter side, or darker side rather. You will see that the Cafe Luna entrance is elevated, slightly above the 10, and then the Bitamonda entrance here at 7. I will say that from a overall perception, of my opinion, of safety, the Moore Square Station is probably could use some enhancement with light levels. There would probably be a better perception of safety and security if additional light was provided, so it feels dim. So now I'll turn it over.
Great. So I want to talk a little bit about the design. A couple of things I want to point out. First, we designed to typically using the recommended practices from the Illuminating Engineering Society, which is sort of our governing body. They do not do a one-size-fits-all photometric reading for every location. They actually divide things into zones. So the foot candle readings that we put into that I put into the letter are based on a mid-sized downtown commercial area. So it would be different for a rural area, and it would be different for, say, Times Square, right? So those levels are really based on trying to match where you are. A couple of other things. The fixtures, all the fixtures here are pointed straight down. Most of them, with the exception of the fixtures at the entry to the transit station, the light source is actually regressed up into the fixture. So it's not really visible until you come pretty close to the fixture and are looking right up at it. So you're not going to see it across the street. You're not going to see the light source. You're just going to see the light on the ground. Finally, all of the areas where we have elevated foot candle levels are at access points to the site. So entrance to the transit station, where we're concerned about security, entrance to the residential facility, where we're also concerned about security, and then vehicular entrance into the bus depot for buses, and also the loading dock. And there, we think it's a huge safety issue not to have enough light so that drivers and pedestrians can see each other.
I don't think I have anything else at this time. We'll open it up to questions.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who are here this evening who would like to speak? Seeing none. Any commission questions?
I just have a quick one for the lighting expert. Could you just speak to, you made a good case for the importance of good lighting at your access points in terms of security. Can you just speak to the way that you've mitigated light pollution for things like migratory birds along our migratory bird pathways here?
Yes. So again,
just,
all the lighting is pointing down.
Yeah.
There's no lighting pointing up here,
Yeah.
and that's that's the sort of prerequisite for sort of dark sky lighting. So certainly there's.
So you feel like this is in line with dark sky lighting?
Actually, absolutely 100%.
Perfect.
Every light is under a canopy, and every light is pointing straight down.
What is, for context, the fixtures that are covered under encroachment, are those of a similar?
Those are the same fixtures, just moved 3 feet out.
Wonderful. This does seem like a very niche thing for us.
Yeah.
It really does.
My only concern would be, and all I'm going to need you here is just to restate this, but there is, of course, residential across the street and storefront level activity. You're saying that you wouldn't be able to see the light. They wouldn't cast throw any light directly
If you
across the
actually
street.
look at the photometric models, most of the light doesn't even make it to the street from these fixtures.
Right.
Most of the light's really going to be on the sidewalk adjacent to the entries to the facility. So we're really just trying to light those entrances.
Okay. Yeah, that contextual map was helpful of the readings around the site. Dave, do you have a question?
Is your encroachment approved? I don't want to deny something that matches what's 5 feet away.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's a good point.
Make sure it's all.
Yeah, so we have an approved major encroachment agreement, and we've worked with the city to confirm that these are covered with that.
Okay.
Ross, your comment about over at Moore Square arguing that some of those areas over there could use higher levels of light. You think you could use higher levels of light anywhere on this development?
So for this particular project, because of the way it's designed, we're going to have higher levels internal to the Go Triangle station. So I think we'll successfully kind of achieve an appropriate level of at least like 6-foot candles or so. And so that should provide a really comfortable level of safety and security.
Yeah, on the inside, right? What about the outside sidewalks all around?
So the outside, which this plan that you see before you right here kind of highlights those areas where we feel that light is needed. We feel like this plan is appropriate to kind of achieve the goals for safety and security.
Yeah.
So the client asked me to add, so the City Plaza obviously is adjacent, immediately adjacent, and kind of important. So there's additional enhanced lighting for the pedestrians that kind of interact between the plaza and the site. And so the intent is to make sure that that is a comfortable and safe environment as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, let's close this. Okay, the commission will now close the hearing and bring the matter to the table. Does anyone have any issues with the request as stated?
It's the easiest Russ Bus case we've ever had.
Yeah.
Better than the 2-hour one that we kicked it off with.
Right. I definitely don't think it degrades pedestrian safety in any way whatsoever to have additional lighting. I think,
No.
like I said, my only potential concern would just be contextually, if there was any impact to residential across the street, that storefront across the street, that's a restaurant, that's a pretty dark, intentionally dark, space. Not that having light is a problem, but just as a change and, wanting them to have a chance to weigh in. But
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with the levels that are proposed.
I'd make a motion to approve as presented.
I second that.
Okay, so a motion from Commissioner Walters, seconded, Commissioner Dale. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thank you.
Y'all have a good night.
Two.
Commission's written decision will be adopted when the meeting's minutes are adopted, and written decision will be provided to the applicant and other parties with right to such notice following adoption of the decision. Great. Thank you, Janie. That concludes our QJ portion. We've got one final agenda item. Two final. We need to approve the minutes, and we need to review the final design for the design alternate, or for the Sir Walter Award. So would anyone like to?
Look at the minutes.
Go ahead.
Do I vote on these minutes?
You're allowed to vote in the minutes.
I reviewed the minutes, and I will make a motion to approve them.
Okay. Motion is made by Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Seeing none. I'm going to pass out the final Sir Walter Raleigh Award.
Can I ask,
And
Jamie,
Casey,
can I ask you a question before you
Yeah.
go? Claire and I were talking about alternates in QJ hearings. Can alternates participate in the hearing but just not vote? Or is there some limit to which, how much they can talk?
We typically discourage them from participating unless they're voting.
But, okay, so it's just kind of a suggestion. I mean, nobody's going to say like, hey, you can't talk.
Well, yes.
I mean, I'm
and-
just looking for like a clear
Scourge is an
line.
interesting choice of words there.
Right. Because there are plenty of alternates that I think would certainly like to participate. I think the problem is if they were to maybe muddy the waters of an applicant's case and they are not technically a voting member,
Grounds for.
in what manner are they actually speaking at the hearing?
So they can't speak as commissioners if they're not voting members?
I think that would be Catherine's view on it.
Okay.
And I know we have a similar, we had similar questions with the Board of Adjustment recently, and the guidance she has given in that situation has been to not have the alternate participate.
There's never been any like court cases or anything that have provided clarity on that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thanks.
But feel free to ask that again to Catherine in the event that she has different feelings and thoughts than I do.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Casey, can you walk us through what we?
Yeah, so really simple is the tweaks on the certificate, really minor based on your feedback. They made the category circle a little bit larger to accommodate some of the larger category names. And at the direction of our communication staff, they made the little white circle in the bottom corner a little bit bigger to accommodate the city logo. That's really the extent of the changes.
This, where it says rehabilitation, historic preservation is what you're referring to in terms of being made larger.
Yeah, that's just there for, as an example, and then he'll provide one with each of the category names in it.
Okay.
And so,
then-
oh, go ahead.
Well, and then the two portrait designs on the right?
Yes, so that was based on your guys' feedback last time you saw it, proposed for a potential sticker or some other type of thing at the meeting. So the guidance I would be looking for from you guys if you have a preference for either one of those. We're still working with communications to figure out how we can, and the artists to figure out how we can use it logistically, but if I can get the guidance from you guys, if you have a preference on either one of those, and then we can figure out what we can do with it.
I like the top one.
I like the top one.
I like them both. Can we just do both of them?
I agree. I like
If I had to
the
choose
color.
one, it would be the top.
The bottom one to me feels like a campaign
That's what,
sticker.
that's what I was gonna say. Maybe it's just the climate. It's just the blue and the red. That's like that's the only thing. It's like, be a
Oh,
green-
yeah.
Sir Walter Raleigh for.
I do wish it like said Sir Walter Raleigh, because I don't think SWRA means anything to anyone, but I like it.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how we're using it, right? Like,
So what'd you say?
Muffin cup. Like the wrapper. Frilly.
Oh, yeah.
Just eating donut place.
Does look like a donut.
I like the layout of the bottom
I like
one
both
more.
of those.
I just,
Donuts are-
I've really liked
it's
that.
cool. I just, the
red,
col-
white, and
the
blue,
color, the
yeah.
red, white, and blue got me a little bit.
So wait,
Let's
so
get him to switch the colors.
The colors, yeah.
so you need us to approve the final design of the award, correct?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you don't have any last adjustments that you want, because we're down to where the communications is going to start putting the names and getting
Nope,
ready to
I think
print.
it's good. I
love
think
it.
everyone thinks it's
Okay.
great. If you need a motion, have you make a motion, but I think you got the guidance.
Yep, I see that there's a consensus.
And then on the portrait designs, what is anything needed there?
Just if you guys have a preference, otherwise we'll pick one.
Purchasing stickers.
So whatever additional that we're getting printed, yeah, we'll be paying for that out of the Sir Walter budget.
And magnets, stickers, temporary tattoos.
I didn't bring my new Civic Tower sticker, but I've got it at my desk at work.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the weeds too much, but we're talking with communications to figure out what is an allowable and appropriate thing we can do with the design. I guess there were some concerns about it being a sticker, so
What are the concerns?
I'm not able to articulate them to you.
One thing while we got you.
But I just want to clarify, we're trying to do something with it. We heard that you I mean, I think we all agree that it's great design and we want to incorporate it in some way. And I've communicated your guys' direction and feedback, and so we're going to try to make that work, and if not, it might be something else.
If they need to come in, if we need to like strong arm anybody, we can. We can have a brainstorming session with them.
Adam will arm wrestle him.
Can we use the bottom one if they incorporate the colors?
I like the bottom one if the color was different.
Right. They did that.
So I give you
I
what
think the top
you-
one's a little.
Yep, that works. You don't want the bottom one, but switch up the colors.
I got a question for you
Yeah.
that this reminded me of, but what was the deal with I know we can't really discuss potential design alternate, things that could come to us in design alternate, we can't talk about them here. But the whole, with the case this evening of the street cross-section potentially, or the driveway spacing.
Driveway spacing on the
Driveway
first one.
spacing
What
for
the
the
hell?
first case. Why was that administratively determined to be?
So I'm not a transportation reviewer, so I don't want to get too far out of my lane, but the UDO sets forth some parameters for when, like, the city can't deny you an access point. So if there's, like, even if it doesn't meet the spacing, my understanding,
Okay.
even if it doesn't meet the spacing, we can't
I would love.
restrict somebody from putting a driveway in, is my understanding.
Okay, this could totally be
Big-
an email.
Big asterisk next to that.
Or something, but I would love some type of follow-up on that, just because that has come up before, and it has been a particular concern, particularly for sites where you can feel like there's a development being squeezed in on a site that's not of adequate width to.
Can they come talk to us? Can transportation, Kevin or
potentially we
Bradley
can
or
ask.
somebody come talk to us about this? It'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
I was expecting that, honestly, to be the, like, linchpin concern of that case, of that driveway, with how close it is to the intersection, with the additional.
Yeah.
Behind the bike lane,
Yeah.
behind the curb bike lane.
And it just feels weird for us when we can see that there's a driveway spacing issue and nobody says anything about it. Nobody talks about it. Transportation doesn't say anything about it. You know, I don't know. Yeah. Be good to hear from them about it.
That's all that I had.
Okay, I think final thing would be Sir Walter sponsorships.
Oh, yeah.
Of that being a critical date coming up on the 9th. We need commitments by the 9th.
Yeah.
Have we
August
received
9th.
any further commitments?
We have 3 confirmed, and I think there's 2 more maybe from the commission that have mentioned that they're interested in doing a
Bar and Bar
sponsorship.
and LS3P, any of the?
Yep. Don't wanna- But we're still figuring that out.
Confirmation.
Yes, so.
Yep. I'll get back to you in the next couple days, but
That's fine.
it looks like that'll be covered.
Can you say what the 5 are then so that we don't go and ask for more from them?
I'm gonna say it wrong, In Situ Studio?
Oh, yeah.
Matt?
Yeah.
No,
Clancy and Thays.
Clancy and Thays, and Brassfield
Dylan
and Corey.
Gory, Bar and Bar, and LS3P.
Yeah.
Did you get all this?
Yeah, it was all Chris.
Not the first one.
Matt Griffin.
Matt.
Yeah, man. Nice job.
I'm just going to ask this question. We see the same 4 law firms that are always presenting cases. Is that too close to the vest if we solicit them for sponsorship of Sir Walter? Would that feel uncomfortable? Or
Who? What?
we see the same 4 law firms who
Oh, yeah.
present
Great idea.
cases, but I don't want to there's no quid pro quo there, obviously.
No.
I have no comment on that. I don't have an
Do you want to
opinion.
reach out to him?
They're not off limits, in other words.
Yeah.
I'm happy to reach
I mean,
out
you
to
could
them.
make the same argument for other companies that
Yeah,
sponsor.
true. Yeah, they're no
But, I mean,
different.
we have far and away the most interaction with the attorneys.
Yeah.
That's
So,
We have until the 9th to get commitment.
Please,
And then
yes.
when do they have to pony up the money by?
So before the event. I mean,
Before the bills
I will
come
send an
due?
email like, hey, I haven't gotten a check yet, so we don't run into an issue.
Chris?
But yeah, we really need by the 9th so that we know we can get the logos, so that communications can make sure everything's incorporated into all the materials.
You saw Chris's nice form template for you to be able to use? No, you're staying, Commissioner Waters.
They just,
You're showing it to me like, I don't.
yeah, it's late.
Save
I
that. You
understand.
should save that.
I should say that. Yeah.
Okay, and the beverage sponsor, is that potentially taken care of?
That'll be LS3P.
Because okay, that's the only weird one. Otherwise, it's
Okay,
straightforward,
yeah.
gold, silver, bronze. Sweet. With that,
Okay.
meeting adjourned.